That's it. You know, free communication. Okay, text communications. That's it. You're totally out at this point. He ends up being ritually. Humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at a table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin and misses. And then he takes another revolver, and I imagine these are like single-shot muskets, and he ends his own life. So that's the sad story, the arc of the life of this Uriel da Costa's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual who is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then he sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is in an entirely different part of the ocean, and he simply can't swim to those far shores, and in the end, he ends up taking his own life. His legacy is remarkably important, even with the fairly clear strain of mental illness that permeates his writings. He is one of these early thinkers of the modern period. This is really quite early. We won't have people like Voltaire openly criticizing religion for a couple hundred years yet, but he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, and especially in print. His thought would have a signal impact on another Amsterdam Jew, Baruch Spinoza, and in this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, it's showing Acosta here holding on to the young Spinoza on his lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connection between the two of them. The work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You can see that, Spinoza, the child, looks very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him. He was like normally afterward. But Acosta was a tortured individual. Look at how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's gaunt and he's sort of brooding. and his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed in a much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon. Even as an adult, even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of a Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to the concepts of Judaism as practiced by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment on a religious sense, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child that is ultimately culpable for the damage himself, and perhaps even to the damage he did to thought. Concludes my presentation on the sad Oriol da Costa. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance and attention. Please applaud now, because it sounds good here. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. Got a great lecture tonight. Doña Gracia Nasi, fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported histories of. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many Sephardim as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite tremendous, really regal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Signora, meaning the lady. And we'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation, but we do have a sense of what she might have looked like from a slide that I'll show you at the very end. But nevertheless, her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. Here we go. We'll be relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography, and the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks, who wrote a fascinating account called The Woman Who Defied King, a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote his book. So we're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in Portugal and later on through Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian while secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. She received the name Beatrice de Luna Miquez. Beatrice is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take both their mother's and their father's names, and it probably alludes to the family background in Arabic Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Miki, also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the often or mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of her family. The name Miquez is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Miketz. So he enjoyed calling himself Miketz as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term originally, which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Chana. This is, to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, you know, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name, and I have what I like to call my slave name, right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American. Not too successfully, I think. But, you know, this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard-pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel, these begin with the same letter, but in Spanish you can have completely wildly different names. At any rate, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Chana. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, is a very common characteristic of converso families, is that they are highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso family. So in other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity means someone too close to you in relations. His name is also known as Benveniste, also a very common surname, is used by many Sephardic Jews today. I actually Benvenistas who claim descent from the house all the way to the present day in South Florida. So, bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew that means prince, as in Yehuda Nasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership, and how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Gracia Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it's so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto-Jew, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto-Jew when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here has a little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who was condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true, I love bagels and lox, and I eat them every Sunday morning, whatever, things like that. And as a result, he is, he's going to the flames, but with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. You can see he's quite a bit sadder because he feels it's tremendously unjust. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to meet a horrible fate. We'd like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai ibn Shaprut, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrela, scholars like Maimonides, it's true, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America, Lahavdil. Spain was tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, even if they, and maybe they haven't even gotten over it today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how could Spain fall and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period. So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're still going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492. Some had left a little earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where our heroine is born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jews and understand a little bit of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew army in one region of Spain for a while, an incredible mashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread problem that raised. This is the Alhambra Mosque, which was possibly built by Jews, but of Spanish Cordoba. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was there was more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland both geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like it had the zeal of a convert, if I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic convert, Jewish convert to Catholicism named Pablo de Cristiani. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of this period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the ritual humiliation of the Jewish inter-Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there are conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of its violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This was an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change, that they'll have a new king or things like that, things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain, and so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who is reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community, or in, the new Christian community, who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, form of waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one, which involved extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of names. They would say anything under torture. And so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the new Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into those excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, I keep on making that mistake, they brought before a public trial. You can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had associated witches' hats and the dunce, where they would be, forced to either recant their ways, which would and then by burning, or then they would be thrown alive to the fire, which is the, of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate that it's directed primarily at these new Christians and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I go on. I'm just going to move away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Morano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an old Spanish word meaning pig. And this was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and then were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have it, a dog returning to its vomit. So the term Morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso. These are Jews who had converted, or crypto Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose a person to a charge of Judaism. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from group standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind of fried sausage or fried and breaded sausage, but replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with partridge meat or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaizing. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large and frequent gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point a finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce the property of convivializers was confiscated and distributed to the church. And invariably, rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing, which is just like in the Stalinist example, it made it go larger and larger. This was essentially the condition of Jews in Spain, specifically for much of the 15th century. It ended horribly in 1492 with this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up and within a few months' time leave the country of Spain, where they had been for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so let's go on now. Portugal is a little different. Portugal, is and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Lisbon for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King. Now, I wish I had written this down. There's a king, there's several of them actually in Spain, who's often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled J-A-J-O-O, right? And my daughter, who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? J-O. She thought it was like Joao. Could you imagine naming your son Joao? I mean,
say J, the Spanish says.
So she actually said Joao. So anyways, I think I'm going to go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese king we're going to talk about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank. No, Manuel. So King Joao died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was a younger man who needed a bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the King of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the King of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. should he expunge all the Jewish presence in his land, which was economically not expedient at all. Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region because, after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But that way he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. Then a small number, he could simply expel them and he would win the favor of Isabella. And this is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible cruelty, however, he began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them to ship them off to the little island of Sao Tome. You see over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were at this time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There it is. The 700 children who were sent there disappeared. It's assumed that the vast majority of them died. And according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizard that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually have lizards that big there. Could be a fanciful.
That's a Komodo dragon, which is the Komodo Islands.
It's actually, I looked at Komodo dragons, but this is a monitor lizard.
They're related.
Oh, they're related. Okay, neither of them are Portuguese, though. But at any rate, I wanted a picture of a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor of biology in the room. But at any rate, it's a sad story. 700 children taken to Sao Tome and then killed. The rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity, and as a result, Portugal now acquired a large converso population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely a political ploy with overtures, and so he signed into the conversion agreements that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, he said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, unhappy as they were, and it was definitely brutal and they were exposed to torture, nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less, under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain in the Inquisition era. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time, so there was no interference of the church demanding that they conform to Christian norms. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that Dona Gracia was born, probably in the year 1510. That is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier, and she came from a very wealthy family. The Mendes family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was really opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards India. And so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the old overland for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering it at a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendes family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving their payment after the ships came in, making the Mendes extremely wealthy and powerful, very closely related to the king. So, like many converso families, she married within the larger converso community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Arthur Zick, that shows Francisco here as somewhat better than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in his early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy, produced one child named Anna. Now, the problem is that the convertible wealth that they had was both a promise, given they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother named Diogo who was living at this point in Antwerp, and in fact, she would join him later, and she would later inherit him as well. There's a whole family saga here that I'll share some details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood was really one of the few ways that women could exert power in the world. Certainly on a small scale, but when you're dealing with a woman like Gracia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens and incredibly powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her her independence and her might, her ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and perhaps even some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And, the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, they still had like a Jewish quarter, a kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call in Boca Raton a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, And this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, in another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's a kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Lisbon was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She is allowed to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always the worry that she would not come back. And that is, in fact, what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Moranos, for conversos who wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life, her younger sister, Brianda, and Brianda, who would later marry Diogo, would eventually have a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active, and she most likely it is in Ferrara where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, who were Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands, and were laughing out loud in print and in all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Some very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo, and there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the will, the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nasi, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she would be a much better steward of that wealth than his wife, as we shall see, for good reason. So when she was in Ferrara, she was up until this point, they've been extremely generous in fundraising and in producing resources for Jews who are fleeing persecution, and actively promoting the rescue of conversos in particular from various persecutions and depredations at the hand of the church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her money a little differently, and she becomes a great patron of Jewish scholarship. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Uske, famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and a philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish, into Ladino. And it's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the frontispiece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible, the title page of the Bible. Anyone have any thoughts why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, with Luther publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in, schooled in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about the experience of the Jews as a whole? Can you imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing. I like the wind over here in the corner, and it's very dangerous, and nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself. Okay, well, let's go on. I find that fascinating. We'll talk about it more another time. Now, at this point, family conflict. So let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up until this point, she has all the money from her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth, but in reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the schlepping around and the secret converso culture stuff. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian, and all this, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. Are you actually seriously talking about moving to Istanbul, of all places? It didn't appeal to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about the possibility of fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all of the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger sister, Brianda, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister, truthfully, her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured and killed, and so on. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life. If you can imagine, this human conflict had reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear that there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianda's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. Gracia had anticipated this and had very liberally greased the palms of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back a formal lawsuit challenging her authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching the court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which is a rather amazing feat. It just shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Ditrani, for example, and you have none other than the Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendez. Even though he felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things for the Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance either. But that's another story beyond what we're going to discuss here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well, who would the younger child marry? Who would Beatrice Lachika end up marrying? One of the, and at this point, I've kind of omitted discussion of the role of kings here, but there are tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the House of Nasi. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off Lachika to one of her closest friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasi family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when was finally forced to answer up front, what would she say about this particular marriage of her niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nasi said, intemperately, rather see my niece drowned than married to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul. And at this point, Gracia Nasi had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly, actively sponsoring Jewish causes without any vacillation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There was an Italian city with a port called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new pope, Paul IV. And there was a very large converso community, and these are, again, remember, what are we talking about here? We would have in Ancona, we had the regular Jews, the Italian Jews who had lived there since time immemorial, who were not forced to convert to Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. They could not, declare themselves openly to be Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you had these three distinct populations in Ancona, as you did in many centers where Jews settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of contact with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also, rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade and refusing to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. There was not always friendly relations between traditional Jews and conversos. They were living very, distinct communities, even though they had quite a bit of relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. And so despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together Judaism and Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberia, or Tiberias, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive grant in perpetuity to develop the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberia, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Tzfat nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says in Hebrew, Grazia Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as La Chica. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we can get a sense of how how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nasi, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of an indomitable will in which she's confronted with these very difficult challenges, the challenges of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And throughout it all, she maintains a very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allows her burning love for Judaism to remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she is outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew does she ultimately reveal her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the land of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. I want to thank you very much for your intention and your endurance tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come back to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish and Portuguese experience. Thank you.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
To escape, and then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had. So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped. We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another another essential lecture in Jewish history. You may notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving things around on this campus and I'm in a different office altogether. Not entirely sure how much I like it. I got a window and things like that. It's strange light switch behind me, but you'll deal with it. So today's topic is going to be what I'd like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify three specific aspects of Jewish history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight to it. Those three features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of themes, are first of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward, and so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately because we're living in the same kind of period now with the influence of the internet, and you wouldn't be watching this if it were not for the fact of the disruptive technology that the internet represents. And what does that mean for our society? It's changing dramatically even as we sit. Well, just changed. Well, I don't know why I enjoy talking to myself like this, but let's keep going. Okay, and third, more traditionally, the influence of the phenomenal Sfat circle or Safed circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself just released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that figure. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? Two major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and then later Portuguese expulsions that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the way Jews thought of themselves and their world. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th centuries. If you look at this map here, this is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than general populations. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why did this horrible plague come upon us, unfortunately the Jews constituted a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quickly because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back in the day. And there's all kinds of nationalities there because the Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers, and then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, "We just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home." So, what can they do? The Jews pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says, "We've just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. We will have less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians leave the line and go home." So what can they do? All these other often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as high status. They have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, there's only pure Soviet citizens there, really devoted, followers of Stalin and everything. They're standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, "We just learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews that often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews in medieval economy, you'll get some sense of that. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the red line, which I've added to the map here, shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed the Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the societies and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to do is think about, in the 15th century, how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation. Much like we in the later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe, the Jews of the 15th century were reeling, trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and hateful end with the expulsions at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading to the west, not to the east. It's not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, and eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being more liberal climates where Jews could practice their faith with less fear of molestation. So that's one really important about the demographics, is that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget, of course, there were crypto Jews, Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes called Marranos, which is inherently a derogatory term. And their history is also fascinating, but not necessarily for our topic today. So the second major element of the shifting demographic is what you can see there in the blue line on the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Baltics. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews, if they moved towards the east, to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. I'm not sure which one. There would be middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shifting demographics means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Joey Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. It basically is a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them with great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and would generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. Anyways, getting on topic. The Jews seized on this technology fairly early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page for the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated with multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated. And they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text, and later they would, of course, abandon it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete, and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. It becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it. Or at least, large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people, all of a sudden it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the present day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century that I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfas. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industries and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating in there. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Tzfat. And what seemed to happen there in the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chad Dodi prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, and he's active in the Beit Din there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until it was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said we could reinstitute it right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually not in this picture. Sorry, I put it to you. The Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak, his student, is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of The Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of made a system out of them that you can actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless. The Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should reinstitute smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make a few sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world is changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heyday a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic, a Germanic language, becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their vernacular. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alter the Jewish world phenomenon. the textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete. And that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly, what's the halacha? This is the halacha. It's state, it's shriven, it's written right here, what you have to do and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like, for example, how much wine does it take to make Kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer sanctifying the Sabbath and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machloket, we have a controversy because we've lost a sense of these sizes, something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zayden used to have a much bigger cup. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text? That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote in a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mappa, or the tablecloth. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserles, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, then even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism in some ways halachically becomes like much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, that's another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change often. I'll give you another example, Chevra Kadishas. So in America, there's I've served things, the privilege, it's a sad privilege, but I've had the sad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas as I moved around in my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Chevra Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against Torah? Oh my gosh, chas v'shalom, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically if you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or manuscript I should say, with printing, all of a sudden, it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that suddenly becomes circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the Tzfat Circle, this amazing nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student Reb Chaim Vital popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result, and therefore is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. And I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
We should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his without and defended it as it becomes much more important as his first
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind in getting things together. But so for those of you who were here over Shabbos, you know we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's own son of Rabbi was bar mitzvahed, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best balabatim gets up and walks out of shul. One of his, most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the Rav is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walk out of shul during the drasha. He was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They daven Marav, and then afterwards he goes up and he says, "Listen, Shlomi, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." And Shlomi says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And the rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" And he said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay, I think Avrami said that one better than me. But at any rate, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights. They have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of Luchad Dodi from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of them for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension attention to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here. In the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that, algebra, I think that's where it comes from. And little factoid for my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later. So it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was the teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two out of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand showed here decided, after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite, because 5 years later, there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well. Particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands in particular, Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Dona Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way. And the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatzak, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of these brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist. And in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap. And he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatzak that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And there's a particular text that Sephardim in particular use. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that on the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on, and it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important Kabbalist, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramak, who is a person who's very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples' own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat? Or Safed is it in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way, it does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, I have a feeling that many of you will appreciate it as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. Good. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the kto kogo, the who benefits, what is it? That's in Latin. They say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefit? But in Russian, I like it better. Kto kogo, who's beating whom, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, then you can usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Tzfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Tzfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews piled in. Yes, question?
What was the potential? Not a crossroads.
Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right? Jerusalem is definitely high up in a mountain. Yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alkabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these graves all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're of doubtful origins, but Tzfat was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, it's lush, it has lands for growth, it has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people set up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? There's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place, and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. And Tzfat just boomed for about 80 years. Then they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry you've been waiting.
I was wondering, was this area impacted by the Crusades at all?
Well, Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to I mean, we're over by like 400 years, 350 years. Okay. Yeah. To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those, those arrivals by sea would not have affected Tzfat. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so. Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height. Yeah. Yes.
During the Inquisition, was people allowed to take out their money and their wealth?
No, but there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Abravano family found ways to. Some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textile seems like a pretty good idea, and Tzfat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if can we zoom this back a little bit? Because you can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, Danita, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera, right? Okay, thank you. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So you can just see some of the graves here. They're colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered a Kabbalist color. Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. And way up here, you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Lurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alkabetz's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkabetz, who was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Tzfat, and he had many, many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they are their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying often under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many, many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point. You'll correct me, Danit? I think so. And Tzfat had already had such tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very, very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him and do these. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain, Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think as the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's saying like going to concentration camps. Well, you can imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange. But what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding Tzfat, in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around following rivers and climbing over ridges until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long and hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not, and he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into Tzfat and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero claims that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing, and essentially he recorded a spiritual journal of these many, many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange, and it reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way? She says, I insist on going to Tibet. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not like there are no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. Then she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing, and it's dangerous. She says, I don't care. get me another Sherpa, get me, all the guides I need. Sure enough, she climbs the holy mountain. She says, I want to enter the temple of silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except a disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the holy man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the holy man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in the lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. You really shouldn't tell those jokes, they get me in trouble. But it's Pesach already. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Judas, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyways, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles. There's a little sign here that says, you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers, the meditations, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many, many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So there's a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go out to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would literally line the graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women, that unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But it's just, that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovim on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of, this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English siddur? I appreciate it very much. No one has any questions? Who are the earliest Kvarim? The earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century. That's the one that's certainly most celebrated. Sure.
With reference to Tisha B'Av, 9/11, according to the Hebrew dates, read it backwards and it's Tisha B'Av.
11/9? How is 11/9? 11/9. So Av is 11th, and the 9th, the month of Av. That's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11/9 in the European count is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Rimonim, or the Orchard of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around them. But the most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically his Lecha Dodi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung, typically by the entire congregation, and in many different tunes. I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you, but it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayer. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming Lecha Dodi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe not the entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical language, it basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age. And then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath. And another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home. Which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of Lecha Dodi, the custom is, universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, for the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. And kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride. The Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Right? The come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people. That together they are welcome the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And in another place it says zachor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us hear the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one, for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Yeah, the cholent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh v'machashava techila, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, wow, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside. That was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the king, royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping. He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's, of course, David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age, draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed, be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be saddened, because you will have your renewal, you will be rebuilt, your people will be gathered into you. May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom's rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Peretz, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a chazan to explain these things to us. But there are certain points that, even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Chadodi, there are certain points where it shifts. Like it shifts from a major key to a minor key. Like feel not ashamed, and be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, Enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ushchinte, even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I'm going to play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each of them, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these Lecha Dodis are sung. If you may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourselves in your synagogue, so you'll forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlovac, a unique sort of soulful tune. I'll put the microphone up here. That's the chorus. And of course, in an Orthodox synagogue, there would be no musical accompaniment, but during the week. Okay, let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. It's one of my favorites. Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis over the loss of my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for any long periods of time. I'm at that stage in my mourning, because this last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, that when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. I mean, very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big crumble of rocks. I don't know how long. It was probably built in the Ottoman era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a Breslov Hasidic minyan there, and the Chazan would sing Lecha Dodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There was like several minyanim of people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat. Most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there are all these Jews who are coming en route to a soccer game or, with various other secular activities of mine. no intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to Lecha Dodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life. The army was organized.
Hello everyone, welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to celebrate the birthday of Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, a very important individual who was one of the first people to teach deaf youth how to communicate. A crypto Jew from Portugal who made a signal achievement and contribution to the lifestyle quality of disabled people everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week. Jacob Rodriguez Pereira was born in Portugal in 1715. His family were crypto Jews, that is, they were secretly Jewish but practicing as Christians, and in fact he was baptized as a child. Out of fear of the Portuguese Inquisition, the family practiced their Judaism in secret. Sometimes these people are known as Marranos, which is a derogatory term. Crypto preferred term. When his father died, when Pereira was 6 years old, his mother took the family to Bordeaux in France, where they openly resumed living as Jews. It was at this age that he received his Brit Milah, and he became a very dedicated supporter of the Jewish people, something that was very useful for him later on when he achieved his fame. Primarily, he achieved his fame through his invention of a method of teaching deaf youth information. He had a sister who was deaf mute, and through using various hand signs, he adapted a manual language for the deaf, which was in many ways a huge innovation over earlier methods that have been developed over the past couple centuries, and he eventually brought her to speak, to communicate. At this point, his methods were recognized by a wealthy French family who hired him to teach their son how to communicate. And he developed his method to such a degree that he eventually was named to the Royal Society of London in 1759, after having been recognized by the King Louis XVI for his contributions to the deaf people, deaf mutes in France. He went on to develop this method significantly, but in fact that was only one of his many talents. He was known as a pioneer of early computing skills, and he in fact invented a machine that was an early 18th century precursor of modern computing devices. And he was very active in the financial world as well, in fact even advising the French government on how to reduce their deficit. He later went on to champion various French causes and ultimately won their acceptance in Bordeaux with the official right to reside in that city. Years later, he was recognized primarily, however, for his work with deaf youth, and this is a coin that was minted in Portugal in 1981, which was the International Year of the Disabled Person, honoring his achievements on behalf of deaf youth everywhere. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a fantastic week.
Now, Genghis knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving all their lives. They know what to do. He respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him. So he had this base from step.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight My joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach DeWeiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. He says, okay. I'm not going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's the matter? He says, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul. And she says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Right? Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, b'toch hamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure you're all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trup. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trup, when you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner.
5774.
5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year, too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. No, me. No, White's brothers. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged. And he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happening, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking about it, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and Les Chinois, right, my Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders, meaning it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism. And the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that not so well the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience, and various realms of either money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember these.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Sure. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there. And thanks. Steve says, Baruch Hashem. Okay. All right. No, it's been a long time. The car with no pedals, no brake pedals?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways, so there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, was Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic. So, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later. And they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a free thinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while. And as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think. Really, it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the preposition or the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher Koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in den Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's why we say in German, Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian? Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist. The spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth, but I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the... There's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karlarach. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? You know, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. Right? Because as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than he, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which was circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rabbi, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact, every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity. And that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not, value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. You remember him? He was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but you're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos of him. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like he can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please.
With reference to the community, the Jews led the community who said we're Orthodox. Because there was no such thing as either you are or you're not.
Right.
They were Orthodox. According to our religion, we're not allowed to curse.
That's a good question. Okay.
Excommunicated.
Excommunicated, yeah.
But you cannot curse.
Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here. So I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we are strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
So if you were supposed to his side monarchy with the non-Jewish, then how did his teachers have such an institution that they could teach him?
Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you'd have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, Taka, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you weren't. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term Orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be Orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept, yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's, yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Löwe's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabbases, then, we'd bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent. Interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know. You want to object to that?
Yeah. That if a girl wants to marry a boy or a man wants to marry a girl, and they don't have their parents' permission, they can marry anybody.
So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You can look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying, if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands, I can understand nobody stands within 6 feet of him because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Elisa, no more questions now. Ask me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, "But you can have it all. The only thing I want is," he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention in my humble opinion, and I can't say that as someone who has really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. Nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tovim, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention. Rodriguez? Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders?
No.
Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95, cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back." And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday." It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on. And even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism, really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor the lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the shiur and for everything that Young Israel does for this kehillah. And thank you very much, all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title I gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation, I should say Eloki, just to be Yotze Kol Hadeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He is also known by a little bit more formalized term, Ari Zal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zichrono Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together to one word, the Ari Zal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, young Israel. Before we build the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from 3 primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there was a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course, Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things off a machine and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful if you had to, okay, fine, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented. And so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example. One would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant, and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that. Some of you are here, and I have one or two people who watch in California, but anyways. And also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where, Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there are a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother Mordechai was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordechai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of Sephardi in France today, but at that time, were most of the people living in France who were Jews, were they Ashkenazic?
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland, and we're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim. And by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they've really diverged significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Balei Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. when he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham or Ben Sira, Mr. Ben Ezra? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got his, this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that it gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, and tremendous trove. And through poring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mentioned Yitzchak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents, some bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He has some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of an interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts and made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Toras Nigle, the revealed Torah, and Toras Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Toras Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old. And there are several other qualifications. They should be married. They should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. one of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzchak Luria himself, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, started studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Torah's Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and bate din and courts of law and things like that, that indicate that his opinion about standard halacha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agree to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him, because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Tzfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud, and in fact collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, I better get ready. Okay.
The secret fellowship thing, what was that? Let me get this straight. They had a secret fellowship to be ethical. What's the point of that? Isn't it kind of being Jewish?
Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asks, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside private and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you are a great person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Piaseczna Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay.
Quote, similar kind of thing that go around to enforce certain laws they have also squads that go around to enforce laws.
Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that, you're not supposed to have internet in your house. So they'll have people who will walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism and they'll cut off your YouTube. And then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is, charismatic or characteristic, of Luria. But let's go on to the Toras Nigla now. So, the last thing he did. Now, the Rabbi, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island. And what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rauda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together. He's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level, and then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh in one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them was the greatest of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah, someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Ridbaz, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time in Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak, his And now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless, he called him his principal teacher because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless, he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Tzfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tana Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. You can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. It's perfect for New Age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok L'Yisrael. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the ban? And so he says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happened, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah, all those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 Sfirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these Sfirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter, Bina, Chochmah, through all of these Sfirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror, reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to exceed it. That's essentially what the Sfirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the Sfirot do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the human soul. They can be manipulated. They are interrelated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Dvorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book. And it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 Sfirot, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those Sfirot. We should imitate each one of those Chokhmah, Bina, Dad, those various Sfirot, well, not Dad in his Court of Aaron Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when, we are supposed to evince Gevura, power. Like, let's say, for example, we're attacked, Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself, so it means it has to, energize the Sphira of Gevura. By acting appropriately with Gevura, we then, as it were, excite the Sphira of Gevura, and God sends more of that power down into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these Sphirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says that's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevura inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevura, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But let's go on. This is a kind of a cool cover, right? That's like a baby palm tree. Okay. All right. So the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they related to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu va'elu divrei Elokim Chaim. These and these are the world of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Magid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Magid told him to write down. So they were definitely, Kabbalah and Halacha are deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lecha Dodi ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath Kohen, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of Tzfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thoughts? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Reb Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went into the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic disciplined leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they've kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Kordoveren Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10 Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe. He, as it were, looked into the Torah as its blueprint, and they created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God, into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, because otherwise you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malchut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, But the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur in Lurianic thought means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Cordovero and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe, struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something, because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about, thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called Yichudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. But one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, the idea, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-science of gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class, but I don't mean to make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though, in many ways. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, I know what happened at his home yesterday, and so on, all related to this grand scheme of of the Tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave in the tradition of Tzfat. The graves of tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it is a noted pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices. Tikkun Olam, we mentioned earlier, is a very important concept for many in the liberal communities, that it really trace themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in the space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel as reverberations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again. Okay. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little bit more time to relax, and I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy Ms. Zakta Weiser, who sent me 4 really useful jokes last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material, because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I'm so sorry. I need to do something. I have to confess. I didn't wash Natilas Yadayim before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, you didn't? Why didn't you? He said, well, Rabbi, the truth is, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? And he says, well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. He says, you were a non-Jewish restaurant? What were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, on Yom Kippur, I should go to a Jewish restaurant. So that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Greta Hermes, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially, because it goes to defray the costs of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abramson, who greets you at the door, prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They say, go Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoy the videos. So thank you very much. The shul appreciates it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Reubeni, also known as Ha-Reubeni. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Reuven, the biblical tribe of Reuven, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history, because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors, and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuven, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise. But he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arab nations, for reasons that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than, be expelled in the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Reuveni. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we will leave with a lot more questions than answers as usual. So our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Reuveni from non-Jewish sources. Many, centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the most important document that gives us information about David Reuveni is his diary, which he composed and then would actually, have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see where he struck things out and rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, perhaps he had a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892 and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time a summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottom boats and you go on the Churchwell River and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of punting with a lovely lady sitting next to you, of course. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now because she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more picture of her, also in Oxford there. So sweet. Right? So anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both of them. I can't help it. So, the first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. And I said, why do I have to take this oath? And she said that apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgils and Aeneid, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not going to. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business with Kol Nidre. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do, and so then I asked myself. I said, "Wait a minute. Can you take this oath in any language you like?" And she said, "Absolutely." And she pulled out a huge binder. It was about this thick, and it had like all these the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, "I swear I will not set fire to it." And I said, "Could you show me Hebrew, please?" And she flipped over to the Hebrew, and there it was in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, "I swear I will not set fire to the books." It says, "I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to the books in the library." Like, perfect. So I could read it, and I got access and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to David Rubin, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing body of water, or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. It turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could where I could put these in a mikvah, is if I walk down to where the punts were released, like you'd rent the punts. And so I walk down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm toivel them in the water, and there are all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay, let's go back to our regularly scheduled channel. Those are just 2 fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be there. So, David Rubeni, he first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, "I come from Abyssinia." Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among 2 of the major scholars on Rubeni as to where exactly that was, but he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on this travelogue are garbled. It's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was, but the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery. And in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark-skinned. He was possibly, what the technical term or the politically correct term is, a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The 2 most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew. And that's based, again, on paleographic evidence, on internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic ticks. Like, for example, the phrase, which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek adat. So that sounds okay, which means Anger causes knowledge to leave. Ki hakas mesalek hada'at. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is ki hakas mesalek hadas. Right? Then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazic. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including, immersing themselves in the mikveh, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave, the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism. And in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the, cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know. It's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 15. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, well, I'll just have to. I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, a swarthy person. It's the screen. It's because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the East. And he claimed to, now why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh? Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, Aliza knows, but we'll ask an audience member, please.
They were on the Abraham Day. They didn't want to go into the
Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much.
There.
Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. Okay? But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic. That's the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that I've used that joke too many times now. But they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first, and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuveni, he took the name Reuveni, meaning from Reuben, to say that, yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing, and he specifically asks for four things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these two countries. The Holy Roman Empire, as historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, but we'll come back to that. I know I said four things, but I actually meant three things, right, if you were paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they've established a lot of Piedmont, a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Reuben wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time. So it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it?
Mecca.
It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war again between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is four things. I forgot it and I recall it. The other thing is he claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces at work, tectonic forces really, they're pulling at each other. And Reuben is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the fourth request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal, once on its own went through an even more brutal inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just to take a moment to think about that as well, the great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of just doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the two Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. At least put them on the internet. So the joke goes like this. It's okay. So two Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, "Convert to Christianity, earn $500." So one of the Jews says to the other, "I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in. I'll say what I have to say. I'll get $500." The other guy said, "Are you crazy? No, listen, I need $500." So he goes in. Takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, he comes out an hour later, and his friend says to him, "So, did you get the $500? He says, "What is it with you people?" Yes, question, please.
I was going to say, the line from Hilberg actually is, he says that the history of Jews in Europe can be divided into three stages. You may not live among us as Jews, forced conversions. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization.
Expulsion.
You may not live.
And you may not live. This is very powerful.
So those are the three stages.
He's a doyen of Holocaust history. But at any rate, yes, you have a follow-up question. Okay, go
I
ahead.
do want to say that it was my understanding that actually the Inquisition began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is Professor Netanyahu's work and Ravenel, and that's what he seems to feel, is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because here these conversos were now able to function in business and be quite successful.
Correct.
And so they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economics, and that the Jews originally were on board for this.
So I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish, you did not, try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, then you were technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You were not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right. The Converso community, sometimes called Morano community, they were highly endogamous, marrying within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision. More than $500. Let's go back to David Rubin. So the context is one generation after the expulsions, and here he is. It's like 1523. He's going back to Portugal 25 years after. If we're thinking about the Holocaust. Imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the King of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Rovani opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon, which would result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So strictly speaking, Reuveni, if this theory is true, Reuveni was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this, massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intentions to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jerusalem at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state, and they see him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of the Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Reuveni riding on a white horse. Again, we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravanel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Reuveni was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he would carry with him when he went in to see the king of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background. He was born in 1500, so that would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Reuveni that he strove to be his follower and begged Reuveni to take him along with him. Reuveni initially refused. He doesn't take followers. But when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Reuveni realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuveni was introducing him to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Pires was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact of the period. This is his signature, so that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Pires, who took the name Shlomo Mocho, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, if you can imagine Pires, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew and following Mocho, following Reuveni, the king said, Shun genug, or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuveni banished from Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very old picture. He's shipwrecked. My daughter Elisa is looking like, what? What's so funny? Because you have to be at least 40 to appreciate this picture. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere on the coast of France. And he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont, mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon, and I forgot where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it's about 2 years where he is somehow, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and had to try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plans. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, who, he's been around now for 15 years, the Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warn the Pope that in reality, they're not sure that Ruveni is as, he's not the real deal, so to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he is bringing with him, letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries, he tried to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Molko had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V had just recently signed a new law into place that specifically banned any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well. And that proved to be disastrous for Shlomo Molko. Rubeni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Molko was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian church through baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Ruveni, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, we have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power, and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Shlomo Ruveni, of David Ruveni. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities at this time. You recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzfat Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Tzfat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgic or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Ruveni had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about the Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Ruveni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat Hayeled, the prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe was in 1523, which was exactly when Ruveni appeared on the scene. He was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, it is Ben Melech's contention that Reuveni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalist. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved their financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really, went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person. He's making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it in something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been, highly observant of Jewish law, and in fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he would be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style, but, lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity. And there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which actually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Maybe. Okay. At any rate,
Ride a horse.
I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nicer, actually.
Yeah.
But at any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history, but it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. But for example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs is the great Shabbatai Tzvi, who also went to centers of power, the Ottoman Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor, and it turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Reuveni, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Reuveni before, and so it's kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It was much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up for 15 minutes. But maybe I'll take a few questions because we have a little more time. Yes, please.
Was he ever married?
He was never married. Single guy. He's got a mission.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode with Shabbatai Tzvi was that occurred when there was also some terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode in history where it was after all the devastation of the Jews having to leave Spain and Portugal and so on. Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed, and it almost seems like it may be similar in terms of cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. So I wonder, why was it that Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following under sort of similar circumstances, you might argue?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what I deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which that was huge. It made a tremendous impact on the Jews of Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. That it was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made. I think that the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
It may warrant another PhD thesis or something. One of your students.
Yeah, it might be. Mr. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern sensibility, it may seem very odd, this fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is, Gutenberg's Bible is just barely been, people had no access to books. They had really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for religious people, to travel the countryside claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. There was the naivete of these people is really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point, good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. They said, well, very interesting, you've made my take quite fascinating, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship with cannons. Forget it.
It's a big difference, because one thing is a pogrom, when you are killed, and another thing is giving you a chance. Or you become a Catholic or whatever, or you go away from my country. So you have a chance. Take it or you leave it. In the Shabtai came in really when there was not a chance. So the following, I think that's what was part of so many followers in the time of Shabtai.
Interesting, yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify them. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big a difference, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Did I see a question in the back? Yes.
Yeah. I think the question relates to this topic, but given the resurgence of Zionism that was happening in Europe in the 15th century, what made, let's say, the Baal Shem Tov and the consequent Hasidic regime successful?
In a relationship to false messiahs?
Yeah. Because it seems that, given all this background or these failed, individuals, you'd imagine there would be an end to it as opposed to resurgence and success of it.
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that, we've had so many false Messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think that very few of the movements actually proclaimed Messiahhood, especially the Hasidic movements, maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good, thought-provoking question that I'd have to think about some more to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your attention. So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you've come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Ms. Weiser gave me some new jokes, so I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're really funny. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of, delicious little, hot dogs and I don't know, whatever, hot dogs, much better. But all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there and he says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. So the rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute a couple of things I should draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts in Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Did anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bas Tovim? Ms. Weiser, you have. Excellent, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and the popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So, and the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. because it's during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful, as always, that we come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson, the time. The time is 8.
No, the time's for the next.
You're not paying attention. Can you believe it? She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week, 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes, supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm really not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and hope that you enjoy it. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and essentially relax in his retirement and with his students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of. And he's known to followers of his thought in Hebrew in particular as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscenti and go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there, Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law, but at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he crafted as much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy, and we have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, Louisa. But like most of the things I say. The halacha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not, whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have, statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people will say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore. He knows about these things, right?
Yes.
So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
It's difficult in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things, common laws developed in England but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay,
It
good.
does not help.
So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then and if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying, what's the bottom line? What is the conclusion? And this debate, and engaging this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halacha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right, the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Chabib, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up, and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud, and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. The Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very orthopractic, very interested in saying what is the law, moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did primarily within the halachic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Danny.
Did he write a book? How does this manifest itself?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today are published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in inculabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick double column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Ta'adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10, you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier, it's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double column pages with the footnotes at the bottom. And certainly his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal, and I highly recommend it to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary in the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vosepis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and there are a lot of opaque passages and a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much,
These are just 2 of 4, I think.
Thank you. I love the assistant Rick Moore. Let's have him. Thanks. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, I should see who translated it. Rabbi Yaakov Blinder or Blinder. I'm not sure how to. It's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism, that we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban. I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. That they say in yeshiva, he used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means that's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest, whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interests. Yes, Daniel.
Was this commentary written in Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm not going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting, but there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was.
Donkey, perhaps the donkey.
The talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you've read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who had, escaped by being under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. Meaning you're going to die. So majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. That, there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, you can't see. But the Ramban, the Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's, distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Nachmanides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not diffuse the debate over Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Donin, Mr. Rodriguez? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly. As the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history.
I don't know.
No? How about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. So that's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called servi kamarai, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews were Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending. It was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and, pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamerai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you could have, like Shlomi and Yitzchak and Rivka and Sprinza and Seitel, who are living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack, essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of, which is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. So, I find that amusing. But at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. So the elderly rabbi, he can't quite cross the street, but across the street there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi, and he gives it to him. And the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does is he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. He makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day, and he's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot. You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in the end." Thank you, Mr. Weiser. That's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. That's the year. Okay. Anyways, so oh yes, Servi Kamerai, right. So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources. And so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, that they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this." So what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation. where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donin last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, wow, this is great, we have this amazing religion, those Jews are so obstinate, look, how can they keep believing this stuff? That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlemazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. But when he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question.
How was Ramban even allowed to go into the church, though?
Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is. I'm not paskening halakha, especially not in the shul where the route is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning what will people think? It's the seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like me, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke. I meant this here too. Because then people say, oh, look at that. What's going on with Hillel Abramson? He's going to a church. So Marit Ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going in for the purpose of worship. So like, let's say, for example, as happens sometimes, because churches are large, open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it says a big for sale sign out front, no one's thinking it's Maridai. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, isn't that amazing? And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay, so anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument you ask for. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate in that summer, and Nachmanides came out with just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Pablo de Cristiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins, because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges were all clergymen, decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the book of the debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. That is too much already. Enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Cristiani the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Damascus wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. And he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donin, the discussion last week, that if this ended badly, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and Pablo de Cristiani was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donin, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that, because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prachia. His teacher was also named Yoshua, Yeshua ben Prachia, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever Pablo de Cristiani came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. He says, that's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so de Cristiani was defenseless against that argument, because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so a Yiddish cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever de Cristiani really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. Now, Elisa, didn't we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just open up your prayer books, page 994, please rise. But that was funny. No, not funny. Okay, where is it here? So let me read it to you, because it is really, it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year before Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually, because you never know what could happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Heed, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehinnom, hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehinnom, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, as Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of his glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes. For it is written, Hashem reigns, he dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty. In his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently. Let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be he, and that his presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently so that you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way, you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem. May he be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. Selah. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book, is because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful, exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great, punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So it's I don't know. I think his last name was Ides, but that's about all I know. That was a joke. Not money. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet part. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem. And in fact, he writes that there were only 2 permanent residents in the holy city, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it. And Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, Oy vey Izmir, he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. God, the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around this great scholar, if you can imagine, Lahavdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this, even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again.
Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry, a very important, fascinating, and unusual period in medieval Jewish history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for today. It's not going to be a very long lecture, although if we look in detail at many of the specific individuals that I'll mention only in passing, there's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are 3 main populations, actually more than 3, but 3 big ones that we're going to be concerned with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, in which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you'll have Muslims and a small Jewish population. And the same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you'll have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but this is especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history, is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at a quick history of Spain. So, first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there. But things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced baptisms and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable, and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You'll recall from a previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly. And then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim advance. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized. And there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived within the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. This is a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now, that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those 3 main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal. And as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That will be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this golden age of Spanish Jewry. Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish backgrounds behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background but ultimately was a baptized Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age, and he really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Chasdai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Nagrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary in the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. I mean, for over a decade he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, I shouldn't say this may be, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which represented kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking with you more in the next lecture.
Sound sound? Any sense in the sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. You know, starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them, even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that, well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, you know, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So a person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation, and he sits down and and on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know, how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, you know, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." Okay, I think he said it in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay, so tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who are at the same time well learned in the Jewish tradition. And as I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel. Oh, I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel, if you know what I'm talking about, right, with Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abrabanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I would like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, we might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there was a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had a tremendous amount of, well, I don't know if it's say so much, but influence in what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don. There we go, Don
Yeah.
Isaac.
So,
Isaac. Was he knighted? Because that means sir.
yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question.
Wasn't Spain fighting for Aragon and Castile?
Yes, you've got,
Dominated.
they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abravanel got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the British in North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. And we'll speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region. And this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there is a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies, including in our own times here in this country. We often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might one even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture, working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a color version of it later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree that I think next to Judah, in parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla. Was that his Samuel. Was that his grandfather?
Mm-hmm. When he was converted, they take Christian names.
Exactly. That's
right.
What I
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel, but we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons, who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. And some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in two really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions in particular. He was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravanel commentaries where, you know, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up in the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, actually it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? Rav says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. Is that How? How?
Okay, if it's the deal, it's Jao.
Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the?
Here,
the Castilian
J.
J, okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. They'll cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off the... we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, and we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there was a Hispanic woman there, and I got on. This was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone. And I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to him, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment, where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry. No one messed up. He fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court. And he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews, who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are, a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propenatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy. Oh, now I remember. Shimon Dubno, a great historian, we'll speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of the this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprising, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is...
Sometimes the Jewish community, let's say it like this,
Yeah.
work perfectly for the Jewish needs. They were
Yes.
in the time that they were created, they have community service for
Right.
everybody that helped in that moment also. So it was also divided by that fine line up to when I can, how much can I pull these strings.
Exactly.
But in the same time, protected by what the government needed, they were also protected as a community.
Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
There's a fairly long history of this expulsion of Jews, a temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
And then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they lose the contribution of the Jews.
Right. There's a one-time bonus.
After the expulsion of York, it's a long history of this, and then inviting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please, Esteban.
The last line there.
Yeah.
His role was the grantor of the farms, or he was the grantee of the farms?
He was the grantee. He was the tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here.
Okay.
Which means you collect as much.
Ones too.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to this story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians, because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto-Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they're only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century?
It's modern.
It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It's like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews, technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
I was going to say, and now these crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. Yeah. And so the Christian business people were very resentful of them because they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive of, at the beginning of the Inquisition, because they felt these are people who betrayed us, and let them be punished.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, you're right. Well, Stephen, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? Okay, the joke goes like this. So, in the, for those of you who are younger, that up until, it was Mr. Schwartz in the original. Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until, really, it's ancient history for most of you, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like in the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. Listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you could help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, these things... They're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Shtadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews as a minority are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa. Well, that's a little more than mildly. Let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance. And in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, are Stadlonis and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, what, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in a prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kto kogo, who whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would be generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews.
Don't tell that to Obama.
I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing, Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings of their coats and so on to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was positively inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there would be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising they put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Pidyon Shvuyim, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know it, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So finally, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you.
Tell it so often, though, that it goes out of fashion. I'm hoping that most of you, if you've heard it, you will have forgotten it, but it is a classic joke. My daughter Eliza, thank you for reminding me of this joke. Did I tell you about the car that has no gas pedals? Okay, so here we go. So here's, guy goes to a used car lot and he has to buy a car for his large family.
And he's on a day school budget because he's putting his multiple offspring into the.
Yusuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his father. The words of the secret history of the moons were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her when he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. He went back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. They came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlund. And Erlund had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulu, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids were hanging down, whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlund. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. He was right.
He takes the system, and he doesn't have a lot of money to spend, so he's looking around at various vehicles, and the salesman comes up, can I help you? And he says, I'd really like to buy a car, but it has to fit all these people, and I only have so much money. He says, I have the perfect vehicle for you. He takes him over to a back of the lot, and there's this beat-up old Ford station wagon, with the false wooden panels and things like that, and it's got rusted out rear quarters and all things like that. And the price is right, and he gets into the car and he says, I suppose this would do the trick, but I notice that there's no gas pedal, and there's no brake pedal. And the dealer says, see, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, all you have to do is say, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, which means, sort of as blessed as the name is, how are you? It's just a common expression. Baruch Hashem. And if you want it to stop, then all you say is Shema Yisrael, which is, of course, famous prayer of Jews, Shema Yisrael. So he says, that's amazing. It really works. He says, yes. So he buys it on the spot. And he's driving along. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car is going very nicely. It's riding great. The suspension is nice. He's thinking about how he'll put his mother-in-law in the car and she'll really appreciate it. And as he's driving along, he suddenly realizes that God was supposed to say to make it stop. And he's going through Sefer Tehillim, and he's going through the cars, and he's trying to remember, what do I say to make it stop? And it's speeding up, and it's reading through the streets. He's laying on the horn, and he's going through red lights, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. And he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and he breaks through a barrier, and he goes up onto an exit ramp that is under construction, and he realizes that the exit ramp runs out, and he's going to eventually plunge to his death. So, like a good religious Jew, he knows that his final moments should be taken up with an expression of the great unity of God. And as the Shulchan Aruch says, you're supposed to cover your eyes and say, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. He does so, and the car stops right at the very edge of the exit ramp, takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, oh, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Right? Okay. I think I ruined the punchline, but let's get back to it. Okay, I appreciate it. I think everyone figured it out halfway through, but what do you want? Okay. Tonight's topic is Benjamin of Tudela. It's a very interesting character. I've never spoken about him before, which means I did all my preparation this afternoon. It's fascinating individual. He was a medieval traveler who left a very unusual document behind called the itinerary, or Masaot in Hebrew, the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, Rabbi Binyamin of Tudela, and it has a lot to say about 12th century Middle East, and we're going to get into that in great detail in a few moments. First of all, though, I'd like to thank Dr. Jared Litt for sponsoring tonight's lecture in memory of Mr. J. Farkas. Mr. Farkas was actually someone who came to this class quite often. He had a very, very sharp mind. He often asked very difficult questions. I often, felt considered a little bit when he put up his hand because I knew he was going to ask something very difficult. And unfortunately, he passed away. I think it was the Aseret Yemei Tshuva this year between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Quite suddenly, he passed away. So we remember him, and we thank Dr. Flitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture.
I did it, Gary?
I think so, yeah. Okay, so who was Benjamin of Tudela? We don't know a lot about him. All we have regarding his life is this document itself. He refers to himself as Binyamin ben Yonah. His father was Yonah. He never refers to himself as rabbi, but it's clearly a very pious work. And in its publication history, which exploded after the 16th century, everyone was publishing this book. It's a very small book, it takes up about 80 pages in the original Hebrew, but it circulated throughout Europe, translated into all kinds of languages because it was so popular. And by the way, it was the Christian Hebraists of the 16th century who first discovered this document and really popularized it. But it was a really rare glimpse at what the world was like in the 12th century. It's an unparalleled document. There are very few documents like it in any language, in any tradition. It's about a century before Marco Polo, so his description of his travels are really quite fascinating. Shalom Aleichem, later in the 19th century, Mendel Mocher Svarim, if I remember correctly, would popularize this. He wrote stories of Binyamin III, which is supposed to be like another continuation of Binyamin of Tudela. We're not exactly sure what his dates of travel are. It appears from the text that he left in 1159, although some scholars place that a little later, and he returned in the year of 1172-73, which indicates that he was gone for approximately 14 years. It took 14 years to travel around the northern section of the Mediterranean basin, through Israel, into Persia, and quite possibly entirely around the entire Arabian Peninsula. And as he travels through each of these places, he has something interesting to say about everywhere he went. Here's a map of one of the supposed routes of Benjamin of Tudela. There is some controversy over where he went at any particular time, but it appears that he traveled from here to Tudela, across France, lower France, and then lower into Italy, all the way across into Asia Minor, and down into Israel, where he spent some time in Israel. And then he also spent time over here in lower Iraq, which would be Babylon, which was really where the vast majority of Jews lived at the time. And he also spent time here in Egypt. So we're not sure exactly how he got from Baghdad down to Cairo. Some authors assume he went all the way around the Arabian Peninsula because he does refer, for example, to the land of Sheba, which would be today's Yemen, if I'm not mistaken. It's quite far south here in the Arabian Peninsula, so he may have gone all around. Others assume that he must have backtracked and gone through Israel, or the manuscript could be corrupt. Perhaps the itinerary is not in the order that he intended, but there is no question that he knows a lot about all these places. It's clearly first-hand knowledge. He's not repeating hearsay, although he does speak about, for example, China, and it's clear from the change in voice in the text that he never actually visited China, but he had heard about it from places where he had visited. So let's look a little bit at, who was he and why did he take this massive trip? Again, as I mentioned earlier, the only source we have for his life is the itinerary itself, this one document. He never describes why he's on this massive 14-year trip, but it's most likely he went for one or both of two purposes. The first is obviously business, as you're familiar. Mr. Lax, what is the Abramson rule of history? Money, exactly. I was actually meant younger Mr. Lax, but older Mr. Lax is good too. It's good too. So he probably traveled for money. He traveled to explore business opportunities. And as he goes through each of these places, he has a remarkably long and very robust description of how people make a living there. The details of the spice trade, the coral trade, the dyeing. He's very interested in dyeing, and in every town he wants to know how far is it to the nearest seaport, how far is it to the nearest river, because he's obviously concerned with issues of how do you get your products to market and so on. The other reason that he most likely took this trip is he was a kind of a spiritual tourist. He's very interested in things Jewish. Every city that he visits, he gives you an entire list of all the most famous rabbis. Occasionally he says something about how many Jews live there, about how many synagogues there are. Oh, I remember the joke. This is the joke, Mr. Rodriguez. So here's the joke. This is the one I forgot a few minutes ago. I usually want to start this joke. You've all heard this joke anyways. It's the second most popular Jewish joke in the 20th century, I'm sure. So I'll tell you the second most popular joke. The joke about the Jew stranded on a desert island. Okay, goes like this. A Jew is, there you go. So let me go through the motions. It's therapeutic for me. If I don't tell a joke here, I'll have to go home and tell it to my wife. She's sick of it. So it goes like this. There's a Jew stranded on a desert island for a long time, and he's waiting there and waiting there. And finally, there's a ship passing by, and they see his smoke signals. So the captain of the ship comes onto the island in dignity to rescue him, and the Jew is so grateful that finally he's going to get off this island after a dozen odd years stranded there. And he says, "Listen, I've lived here for so long. Let me just show you around the island so you can see, what I've done here." So the captain tours around him, and the Jew is saying, "Over here, this is my hut during the rainy season, and over here is my hut during the dry season, and this is my JCC, and this is my, observatory, or whatever, and these are my synagogues." And the captain says, "Two synagogues? What do you need two synagogues for?" And my shrine is, "This is the one I daven in, and this is the one I wouldn't be caught dead in." The joke being, thank you for laughing, I appreciate it. The joke being, just over here, this goes to the internet, so people should feel that, you actually enjoy the joke. But the joke is that he can't, every Jew needs to have a synagogue that you wouldn't be cut dead. So that was the introductory joke. So that joke does go with Benjamin Tudela because he's seafaring and he was never shipwrecked, but that was the closest thing.
How did he travel, on donkey or by foot or car?
Oh, he traveled, thank you for getting us back to the point. He traveled primarily by, it doesn't say actually in the text, but he traveled overland and by sea. Which you assume by sea, he probably used a boat. Overland, I would assume he traveled by car. It's unlikely he walked, even at this time. Now, the second reason, and he's very pious, he's clearly a kind of a spiritual tourist, because he has a fascinating obsession with religious antiquities. Wherever he goes, he wants to find the graves of the tzaddikim, the righteous, particularly biblical figures, and he finds them all over the place. I'll share with you a couple of his description of these biblical graves, which are most likely quite fanciful, but interesting in themselves. And along the way, he reinforces his strong belief in rabbinic Judaism by taking out his opinions on the Samaritans, for example, the so-called Sutim in Hebrew. We'll get to those in good time. Okay, so let's see. Why did he travel? So I mentioned two reasons. One is here we go. See, he traveled by camel. Yeah, of course, this is the picture from
12th century. That's a joke. It's not. It's like a 19th century rendition. But now it's possible that he did both of these things together. Like, who says you can't go for a business trip and also check out the religious sites? What's especially important for us to understand in this context, and you recall that the purpose of this lecture series is really to talk about the larger trends of Jewish history and to hit the major events that you really have to know to be able to have some understanding of the peaks and valleys of Jewish history in the medieval period. And we're using the biography as a hook for it. What's especially fascinating is because he is traveling in the immediate post-Crusade era. An era when Arabs and Christians, are extremely antithetical to each other. And this was a very unique period for Jews because suddenly they became much more involved in commerce than they ever had before. Because Jews, equally disliked or equally tolerated by both Christians and Muslims, were able to travel rather freely between Christian and Muslim lands and engage in extensive trade. When you add to the fact that whereas Christians have difficulty traveling in Muslim lands and vice versa, Jews can travel there, and you add to that fact the idea that there are little outposts of Jews all over the place. So if a Jew is traveling, like Benjamin, from Tudela, and he lands in Constantinople, he can easily find a Jewish minion show up and say, I'm here on business, I'd like to find a place to stay, I'd like to meet some people to trade with, and so on. So he is one of these early trading pioneers who really breaks open the international market for Jews. We don't know whether he was really one of the first, but clearly his itinerary was of signal importance for Jews who wanted to retrace these steps and perhaps open up channels of business. Like, I have a few friends here in this neighborhood who do business with China, who regularly fly over to China and they buy all kinds of things and then they have them imported here and they sell them here, that kind of thing. So how do you get to be the first Jew to go to China? There has to be some kind of, landmark, some kind of connection over there to start, especially when it's a communist country, you don't have a language in common and so on. Benjamin's itinerary was exactly that kind of document that would tell you, okay, if you show up in Pisa, you will find approximately 400 Jewish families. Their synagogue is located on the river over here and so on. And that's your map. That's essentially your Google Maps of the 12th century. The kinds of spiritual tourism that he's fascinated with, for example, when he is a place called San Giovanni near Rome, he finds two pillars that were inscribed with the phrase Shlomo ben David. Of course, that would be King Solomon. We have no evidence in the Bible whatsoever that Solomon visited Italy, but nevertheless, this is part of the fanciful nature of the book. And these two pillars, apparently, as the local legend has it, on the 9th of Av, the pillars run with water. But the 9th of Av, of course, is the commemoration of the destruction of the temple. When he's in Rome, for example, he's very interested in the caves under the Vatican, which are purported to hold all of the antiquities from the temple, as well as the graves of the 10 martyrs of the state, Akiva and others. And I'm pretty sure that historically they were killed in Israel, but it doesn't really matter. This is part of the sort of fabulous journey that he takes. He goes to a place called Wallachia, which is probably in the region of contemporary Bosnia, Herzegovina, that region, where he meets a group of people who are extremely warlike. Among other things, they cut off their own noses, not to spite their faces, but that's what they do. And they attack all the surrounding people, but they will not attack Jews. There's a special reverence for Jews, and he intimates that perhaps these are descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. And he frequently comments on the Karaites. He wants to know exactly how many Rabbinites there are in a particular place, how many Karaites there are in a particular place. In Constantinople, for example, he refers to 2,000 Rabbinites, which might mean 2,000 Rabbinite households. as opposed to 500 of the Karaite variety. So these are the kinds of things he's very interested in as he's traveling around, both business and tourism. But let's go straight to the Crusades as the backdrop for this and try to understand what these things are. They actually are extremely important in Jewish history. Yes, rabbinic as opposed to rabbinic. Oh, they're us. We're the good guys. As opposed to the Karaites. The Rabbinites means those who follow the rabbis, the Prushim, the Pharisees. Sometimes they're called the rabbinics, but that's confusing because rabbinics is used in different contexts, sort of like a body of literature. But Rabbinites goes to Karaites. Okay, thank you for that. Yes. Tudela is in Spain. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the center of Spain, more or less. Okay, so.
I need to ask him to come. Also, he said I will send a message to him. Okay. Troops. So you have to tell the story of Jabal. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal, and here is a person who's not up to his kin. So becomes his white brother. As you've described, the best thing to us happened. She has been one of the biggest challenges in the last years. Who was Jalico? Jalico was a boy of the same age as
Excellent observation. Muslims also wear special things in the Hajj, but it's especially connected to the Crusades because that is the greatest pilgrimage really of the era. Okay, last thing. That's your question. He didn't have family and friends. Partly he travels on his own, but he makes no reference to traveling companions. He makes no reference to his wife or children. The only person besides himself is his father. It's almost like he's writing, and sometimes when you read the book, it sounds like a non-fiction, just, I went to this place. It was this far away from the last place I went. This is how many Jews lived there. This is what they did for a living. This is how far they were from the ocean. Then I went to this other place. I traveled this far to get there. And it's very dry. And then sometimes he goes on with long, flowery descriptions of bizarre practices, like the Galatians who cut off their noses and things like that. So, written in Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew. Very accessible Hebrew. It's been translated to English several times. Right? Oh, okay. So let's understand the Crusades a little bit. This is actually the important part of the lecture. So the Crusades, a very difficult period in medieval history, are really a turning point for world history, a turning point for Jewish history as well. The situation is that the Muslims are in control of Israel at this point, as they have been for quite some time. But the Seljuk Turks take over in 1071. At that point, the Turks are a little bit more strict with regards travel into Jerusalem, and this begins to interfere with Byzantine pilgrims, Christian pilgrims who are coming from Byzantium, Constantinople. It's not called Constantinople yet, but they're having difficulty getting into Israel, and into Jerusalem in particular. And in a rather unprecedented move, the emperor of Byzantium appeals to the Pope in Rome. And this was like an unusual, so to speak, after the elections, reaching across the aisle, because the Byzantium is Orthodox Christianity, and Rome, of course, is Catholicism, and they're really not on speaking terms at this point. So it has to do with a whole bunch of splits over various doctrinal issues, the role of Mary, and so on. But the fact that the Christian Orthodox emperor would ask the Pope in Rome, the Catholic Pope, for help was a really important gesture.
and the Pope felt constrained to actually respond. So in 1095, Pope Urban II says, this is absolutely intolerable that Christians cannot travel from Byzantium down to Constantinople. Sorry, it was called Constantinople. It wasn't called Constantinople. Right, it was Constantinople. They can't travel from Constantinople down to Jerusalem, so he calls for all Christians to unite, to organize themselves and mount a massive attack on Jerusalem. It happened that France in particular had a labor surplus, and in particular they had a very difficult time because they had too many knights building up in the nobility. The way the feudal system is set up, it's designed to have a large peasantry that supports a fairly small military. Those would be the knights, and their squires and other attendants. And they just had too many knights running around. And these are like, single men, aged 18 to 24, unemployed. It's a dangerous thing. You got to do something with them. So it was perfect timing for France, and they organized themselves to march all the way to the Holy Land and take it from the infidel, from the Muslim. There was a huge mass hysteria throughout Europe with the idea of this, great endeavor. In France, it was fairly well organized. In Germany, it was just chaos, with all kinds of crazy people getting involved, claiming to have been visited by various biblical characters and told to go to the Holy Land and there to rescue Jerusalem. So the French were fairly well organized. The Germans, however, were an entirely different matter. In Germany, you had people like Peter the Hermit and notorious Nico, for example. And Nico, managed to raise an entire band of people to follow him simply by taking off his tunic and saying, "Look, I have been branded by the Lord." And on the back, he had a cross marked in his shoulders, between his shoulder blades, as if to say, this means that you're supposed to follow this cross in hoc signo vinces, under this sign shall you conquer. In another place, there was actually a report of a goose that kept on turning towards the east. And all the local villagers took this as a sign that they were to follow the goose all the way to Jerusalem. And there was a tremendous amount of chaos in general. Unfortunately, the chaos is really the Jews' worst enemy. Jews historically are fairly content to live in a mildly oppressive regime. As we have done for so many centuries, and as we continue to do even today, there are some societies, for example, south of the border, where in the South American continent, there are societies that are not necessarily governed by law, but as long as there is no chaos, Jews can manage it. The worst thing for Jews is when we cannot rely on law entirely, when we feel that the government will not protect us at all, even live by the laws that they have themselves written. And so what ended up happening in Germany, in the northern communities of Speyer, Worms, and Maine in particular, is that the Crusaders said, wait a second, why are we going to schlep all the way to Jerusalem? I don't think that's the actual term they used. They probably used something in medieval Germany. Why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem to attack the infidel when we have infidels living right here in Germany? And so instead of taking these bands all the way to Jerusalem, these kind of ragtag, groups of hooligans and misfits, those kind of people, they actually attack the Jewish communities of Shul, as they are known by their acronym in Hebrew, Speyer, Worms, and Maine. So the first attack occurred in the city of Speyer in May of 1096, and there the Jews, realizing that they were under attack, they ran to the local home of the bishop to remember that both Jews and clergy are very urbanized at this time. The cathedrals, to be sure, and even the larger churches, tend to be in the villages or in towns, and the larger peasantry were living in manors or farms spread out from the local village. So the people living in the city were, for the most part, Jews, people who practiced guilds or various merchants, and the clergy. So they had a rather close relationship. the Jews were hidden safely by the bishop there, and the bishop took a very strong stand against the pogroms, and in fact, he captured one of them and had his hands cut off as a demonstration that this kind of behavior would be untolerated, would not be tolerated. And in fact, the pogromists ended up leaving Speyer without any casualties. In the nearby towns of Worms and Mainz, on the other hand, an entirely different outcome ensued. The Jews went into the bishop's home, and the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and drew the Jews out and had a terrible massacre on the spot. In Mainz, a little bit later in that summer, they demanded a bribe from the Jews, which the Jews paid, but even with paying the bribe, they still attacked the Jews in a horrible massacre. These massacres are commemorated on Saturday mornings in the traditional liturgy, the prayer of Harachamim, which is said after the Torah reading, is specifically in reference to the Jews who were killed in the Crusades of this time. So a couple of observations about the Crusades, and then I should pause for questions. So what ends up happening with the Crusaders? So the so-called legitimate Crusaders, meaning those nobles who were fairly well organized from France and so on, they actually make it all the way to Jerusalem. They have a brutal war with the Muslims, and they win. And then over the next couple of centuries, there's ongoing battles between the Muslims and the Christians over control of Jerusalem. For a while, it's held by the Christians. For a while, it's held by the Muslims. But during this Crusader era, they actually have a huge degree of success in their initial objective. That's why it's even the term, it's a little bit offensive, really. It's especially offensive to Muslims, but it's entered the English language. You know, you can go on a crusade for blood donation, or a crusade for, I don't know, March of Dimes, or some kind of good cause. The word crusade has become synonymous with, you know, putting your energy into doing something worthwhile for society. But Muslims would certainly feel, no, this was not worthwhile for society. We were peace-loving people, getting along with our local neighbors, and these crazy Christians come from France and start killing us. So that a lot of the tension between Muslims and Jews to this day really date back to the Crusades. Anyways, that's the legitimate Crusaders, so to speak. The illegitimate Crusaders, meaning these crazy bands that were forming in Germany and so on, after they finished massacring Jews, then they started making their way down towards the Holy Land. And as they're making their way down there, they have no provisions in store. They have no money to purchase provisions and so on. So as they're heading down, they actually end up raiding and attacking Christian farms in order to feed themselves on the way down there. And by the time they get to Hungary, they're personae non gratae, and the Hungarian troops actually move out and kill all of them in order to prevent them from making their way any further into their territory. So that's the end of that kind of like sort of footnote in the history of the Crusades. A very important moment, though, for Jewish history, because the way that the Jews reacted to the Crusaders is especially significant. The first thing that must be said about the Jewish reaction is that there was a phenomenal response among the Jews to this threat of, I'm not sure how the right way to put it. The phenomenon of Kiddush Hashem, which in Hebrew means sanctification of the name, meaning of the name of God. It can mean different things in different contexts, but in this context, it means martyrdom, meaning Jews allowing themselves to be killed rather than convert to Christianity. On several occasions, the Crusaders offered the Jews the chance to live if they would only be baptized, if they would only accept Christianity. And a certain number of Jews, in fact, do so. They do agree to save their own lives by converting at least outwardly to Christianity. And then later, once the Crusades die down, then they try to rejoin the Jewish community. And there's quite a bit of rabbinic literature on what to do with these people. Rashi himself comments on the advisability of reaccepting these Jews to the fold. But it presents a halakhic difficulty because in Jewish law there are 3 transgressions which may never be committed on pain of death. And they are, one may never commit adultery or any other sexual crime. There's a whole list of them. We went over them on Yom Kippur. You can forget about it till next Yom Kippur. I should say that. But we have a whole list of them. Committing those kinds of crimes, a person must be put to death, allow himself to be killed rather than commit those crimes. Murder, one is allowed to kill in self-defense, but one may not. For example, if Reuven puts a gun to Shimon's head and says, "Kill Levi, or I will kill you," Shimon has to, allow himself to be killed rather than kill a third person. He can kill Reuven in self-defense, but he can't kill Levi. And finally, most problematically, idolatry, avodah zarah, right? The worship of false gods. So, in Jewish law, and let's say for the sake of argument, which is a fairly safe assumption for most authorities of the period, Christianity falls into that category of false worship, at least for a Jew. There's some interesting discussion that it may not be false worship for a non-Jew, because ultimately it is monotheism, although the idea of the Trinity is very problematic and so on. So the question is, should the Jews of the Crusade era have allowed themselves to be killed because it is idolatry, or should they simply convert, at least outwardly, and then rejoin the community? Many Jews decided that it would be better to be killed than to convert. And in fact, there were several cases of mass suicide where Jews would literally cast lots, and the loser would have to slaughter all the other Jews, typically with a knife, and then kill him or herself. Incredibly moving stories. We have these chronicles by survivors, written in the first person, of Jews who submitted to this horrible thing of a mass suicide rather than be killed. And they formed an extremely bright point in the extremely dark point in the mental map of medieval Europe. So, ask these questions about pikuach nefesh, right? And what you mean pikuach nefesh means like the saving of a life. And the general rule in Jewish law is you can break any law in the Torah in order to save a life, except for these 3 exceptions. You can't even save a life to do this. If someone says, eat this cheeseburger, or I will kill that guy, eat the cheeseburger. But if someone says, worship this false god rather than, or I'll kill this other person, it's also a problem for the Moranos. It's the exact same problem. And I'm not a rabbi. I would get in trouble with the union if I said anything, legitimate about rabbinic stuff, but that's the same problem. And in fact, the Moranos, the so-called Moranos, the crypto Jews who wanted to come back to Judaism, also faced a lot of opposition over their choice to outwardly convert rather than submit to death. Yeah, the source for the Rambam's conversion is very, very weak. It's a Muslim source, and he converted lots of people who never converted as well. Like they later say, look at these famous Jews who converted, and Rambam is one of them. There's not a lot of basis for it. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry.
They were also mass the next day.
It's not necessarily a guarantee. You're absolutely right. This is happening as well.
We should say that.
Yes.
It's pretty powerful. Is that he,
the point of the Children's Crusade was this idea that, for a while the Crusaders were losing. And we said, why are we losing? We were so good, like just 100 years ago, I think it was 1242, if I remember correctly. How come we're losing? And he says, oh, the reason is because we're sending soldiers who are full of sin. A lot of these Crusaders, they went, they were unemployed, and maybe they had some religious zeal, but they also went for, the kind of more base pleasures of violence and rape, and, these were the kinds of people we're talking about in many cases. So they said, we have to send innocent soldiers. Who's innocent? Children. So there you go. So they outfitted a whole bunch of children, and they got slaughtered. Okay. Mr. Lax, Ms. Abraham, knows better go on. Limited examples of defending themselves. Very, very limited. And that's a very sophisticated question, Mr. Lax, because there's a historian named Raoul Hilberg who argues that the Jews were so used to living as minorities in Christian and in Muslim Europe, if you're thinking primarily about Christian Europe, that they never really developed the cultural vocabulary of resistance. When you are a tiny minority and you're attacked, you really only have two choices. You either pay a huge bribe to the people who are attacking you, and hopefully that pays them off, or you run away. This is what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. And that worked pretty well for 2,000 years of exile. Hilberg argued that this is one of the reasons for the dramatic success of Hitler's plans to destroy the Jews of Europe, is because they didn't have kind of an immediate response that we should fight back. So I'm just going to take the last one, Ms. Abrams, and then we'll come back. Go ahead, Ms. Abrams. Go ahead, Ms. Abrams.
So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of
Right. Excellent question. That's the next slide. Okay, next slide. Well, she asked a really smart question. Why would they run to the bishop's house? So let's just finish this here. One last point on this here. For Ashkenazim and the development of Ashkenazi culture, which is still quite young at this point, the Jews have only been living in the traditional regions of Ashkenaz for about 200 years at this point. This is the defining moment for the way Ashkenazi culture goes for the next 700 years. Ashkenazim tend to look inwards, tend to regard the outside society as far more toxic, as dangerous as us versus them, and we develop a kind of internal ghetto thinking as a result of the cultural impact of the Crusades. It's quite different in the Sephardi territories in Spain, where the Jews there, they're just going into their golden age. And they're celebrating people like Chasdai ibn Shaprut and Shmuel ibn Akrela, who are reaching high office in secular political positions and also engaging in Jewish scholarship and so on. So one of the Jews of Ashkenaz and the Jews of Spain had about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of shrinking into themselves and the Sephardim were sort of spreading out. The Ashkenazim were celebrating insularity, and the Sephardim were celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, the Sephardim would have to deal with the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue for some basic cultural differences between them. Now, let's do quickly Ms. Abramson's excellent observation. Protection of the clergy. So for the Jews, the bishop was the theoretical place of refuge. Like when you're in trouble, where do you go? Well, obviously you go to the Christian priest. And this is something that we really have to bear in mind about medieval Europe. We tend to think overwhelmingly, especially in a Jewish learning environment, of what Salomon called the lachrymose version of Jewish history. Lachrymose means full of tears, right? That is one long martyrology of one massacre after another. And unfortunately, there are a lot of massacres, but it's a skewed vision of Jewish history, to be sure. And even though we have, frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a modus vivendi, theological and practical, with the church that at least dates back to St. Augustine. The concept of witness, which I don't believe we talked about in this class, but I don't want to take more time to do it, but basically the Catholic Church, the Christian Church at that time, developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted. The Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because, we could rely on the church basically to uphold this doctrine and to protect the truth. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to look for help. It also indicates a big separation between the dark, hungry masses who are Christians and the literate and more educated and more urbanized clergy, which may have had a much more amenable attitude to the Jews. I'm painting with very broad strokes here, but just for the sake of argument, that's one of the interesting observations. Is they went to the clergy. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin of Tudela. This is the environment in which he's traveling, right? The First Crusade is 1095. He's traveling just 75 years later, 85 years later. It's still an environment. The Crusades, by the way, are ongoing for several hundred years, where there's back and forth between the Christians and the Muslims in Israel. So when he gets to Israel, coming from the north, it's clear he goes to Asia Minor, left into Israel. He encounters Akko and Haifa first. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the tombs look and things like that. And he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these biblical towns and he says there is only one Jew living here. There are only 3 Jewish families in this place. Tiny little pockets of population. I don't think he says there are more than a few hundred Jews in Jerusalem, for example, at this time. Although when you get to Babylon, he talks about 40,000 Jews living in individual locations. He's also very interested in the so-called Samaritans, known in the Talmud as the Kutim, or Kusim. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnaic period felt that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts. And for quite a few generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do with the Kutim. Are they Jews or are they not Jews? Do they count in a minyan or don't count in a minyan, and so on and so forth? Ultimately, rule, you know what? They're not Jews. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. They're known in English as the Samaritans. And during this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan. Right? So most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where Jesus describes a man who, if I remember correctly, was beat up by robbers and he's left bleeding in the street, and a Kohen walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is beat up. And the Kohen walks by and says, look, I don't want to touch him, he might be dead, I'll get defiled. I'm paraphrasing. The Levite walks by and says, I don't know this guy, I have no connection. He walks right by. The Israel, regular Jew, walks by and says he wants to have nothing to do with it. And then, of all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. And when you read it in the original context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help him, but of all people, a Samaritan will help him. You believe it? Someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps him. So that's where we get this concept of the Good Samaritan. The underlining should be on the word Samaritan. You would expect a Jew to help him, but in fact it is this.
What is the Kutim black?
No. The they're just regular olive skin like Africa. No, that's Kush. Moshe's Ethiopia. So, like Zipporah, for example, Moshe's wife is called the Japanese actually. No, I've never heard that. The Japanese might be right.
Maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected.
That's so weird.
Or maybe when
Oh, samurai. Samurai. Oh, look at that. That's fascinating. I would never have done that. Anyways, the Samaritans then and now actually they practice their rituals on Har Gerizim, which is near Shechem, in modern Israel, and they practice sacrifices just like they would in the temple. He criticizes their pronunciation of Hebrew. They don't use the letter A, Chet, or Ayin. They say everything with an olive. He makes fun of that. And then he goes on, he tells us a little about Jerusalem, describes that there are 400 nights. It was held by the Crusaders at the time. There are 400 nights that are there, that there are hospitals there for the veterans who are wounded and so on. And he has a very beautiful and detailed, moving description of the city of Jerusalem. He talks about the Kotel, he talks about the stables of King Solomon, and exactly as we have today. It's quite fascinating. He also describes Kever Rachel and the Ma'arat HaMachpelah. The latter is especially fascinating. He describes how for a bribe you could get down into the actual caves, and there were inscriptions on each of the graves and so on. More detail than tourists today can see, but it's clear, it's a real reinforcement of the historical significance of many of these locations that are revered to this day, 1,000 years later. He also moves on to Babylon, and he's especially interested in all of the cities mentioned in the Talmud, and they're really quite thriving as Jewish population centers. He describes the political conflicts of the exarchates. We talked about them last week with the Karaites, right, the Reish Galusa and so on. He talks about the honor showed to the Reish Galusa by the non-Jewish population, that they're required by state law to, non-Jews must stand in the presence of the head of the Jewish community and so on. And he describes quite a bit of interesting data about how the Jewish community is organized, that the Reish Galusa is the one who confirms the appointment, the ordination of local rabbis, that he's responsible for collecting taxation and dispersing it for social welfare and so on. And also that the Reish Galuta, as the descendant of King David, actually receives foreign donations from far-off populations as well. A tremendous amount of really great, interesting demographic data. Shushan is a particularly interesting town. There he describes a Jewish machlokas, a Jewish controversy, over the bones of the conquerors Daniel, which apparently were buried originally on one side of this river, and the Jews living on that side of the river were very wealthy. So the Jews on the other side of the river maintain the only reason they're wealthy is because they have the privilege of living in proximity to the bones of the prophet Daniel. So therefore they petition successfully to have the bones transferred to their side of the river. And they had an agreement where every year they would move the bones of the prophet from one side of the river to the other in order to, spread the wealth, distribute the wealth, I guess, something like that. So they would move, and so this went on for quite a while. So the Persian Empire, and emperor himself was traveling through. He saw what was going on. He also revered the bones of Daniel, but he thought it was disrespectful to exhume him and transport him like that. So he said, no, we're going to do this differently. He had him encased in a glass coffin and suspended from the middle of the bridge between the two settlements. So that way, it was like equal distance, it was fair, and they could both share in the riches. But fishing from the bridge was prohibited from then on, because that was considered, inappropriate. That's why they have those signs here in Florida, fishing from bridge, in memory of. Also interesting, he has the first reference of any kind to the false Messiah David Alroy. Fascinating individual. We just know little snippets of him, but apparently he was something of a wonder worker, a Jew who claimed to be the Mashiach, who would lead all the Jews back to Israel. He was a bit of a irritant to local status quo in many ways. You know, he was challenging traditional centers of power. So he was actually captured by the Persian king and imprisoned, and then miraculously somehow escaped. And then when he escaped, he kept on maintaining that he was in fact the Messiah. And he practiced various wonders, like he had the original invisibility shawl. Remember Harry Potter? He would put the shawl around him and he would disappear. It was also useful as a mode of transport because he could lay it on water and walk on his own carpet on the water, and people were totally amazed at this. Ultimately, both the Exilarch, the Reish Galusha, and the head of the yeshiva disavowed him and said he is not the Mashiach, we don't want anything to do with him, he's a troublemaker, and so on. And so the king's forces put out a fatwa, and he was assassinated in his bed one night. This is like the first reference we have to the kind of antinomian religious life of the Jews at the time. And he finds all kinds of other interesting, bizarre Jews. We talked about Karaites. He also finds a group of Jews in the island of Cyprus who observe Shabbat from Saturday morning at dawn till Sunday morning at dawn. Completely out of step with everybody else. I wonder what that would be like. Saturday morning at dawn. Yeah, you would free up Friday night, but you would mostly Shabbos. Yeah, like when would you do it? Anyway, it didn't last long. Obviously, we want our Saturday nights. So, there are some descriptions towards the end of his itinerary. Far off lands that he probably never visited, like China and so on. The language changes as he talks about them. But he does have some interesting references to Eastern Europe, places like Kiev and Prague he apparently visited, and some everything, kinds of material there that are fascinating to the scholars of the period. So just to conclude, I wanted to show you this last map, which gives you a sense of what's going to happen in the very near future after Benjamin Tudel's travels. We begin to see Ashkenaz growing and changing as the Jews from Germany in particular begin to make their move towards the east. Benjamin Tudela is perhaps one of the most famous of the wandering Jews, but he is certainly not the first and far from the last. As Jewish populations begin to move from the central regions of like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz into Eastern Europe, where they have an entirely new economic reality awaiting for them there. And we'll return to that in a later lecture. So with that, I'd like to conclude for tonight. Thank you very much for your attention. You have a great week.
They don't specify that, so they only say exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened.
Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menoras HaMaor, very important Kabbalistic work. He
made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur Hagadol, which is a translation of the term the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which was later translated into non-Jewish languages and played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur Hagadol in obviously a language that he could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than had ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually. After he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492, he resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he is believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for This Week in Jewish History. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you an excellent week.
Little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at the period known as the period of the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's an exceptionally important aspect of understanding how Jewish intellectual history develops and how really the massive corpus of rabbinic literature works by understanding what exactly was this period of the Rishonim. So let's go straight to the present. Here we go. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is deeply ingrained in the Jewish psyche and is very much a relevant aspect of contemporary Jewish hermeneutics, particularly within the traditional Orthodox way of looking at the universe. Specifically, there is this idea known as Yeridas Hadoros, or decline of the generations. There is this concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah to the Jews on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. As my father used to say all the time, Henry, it just gets worse. So the idea is that on Sinai, the Jews reached a spiritual peak, and their sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest. And as the Talmud says, the Midrash actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servants saw things that even the great prophet Ezekiel did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water all the way along. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, this is not time to go off on a great digression here, but the when it comes to halachic decisions, that is, decisions referring to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions, have this weight of being from an earlier generation. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward. It's kind of like stepped plateaus. And the Jewish religious and intellectual tradition generally recognizes several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following 4 periods that I've outlined on this slide. There is a period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd through the 6th centuries, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim, which is a difficult term to translate. It's based on the word pride, so I've given the definition here of prides, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna, or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term. It's a title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius. But that term is used anachronistically. Meaning he was so great, he was like one of the Gaonim, even though he lived, over a century later, or almost a century later. No, actually over a century. Then we have the period that we'll talk about today. That is of the Rishonim, the first ones. The word Rishon in Hebrew means first. And that spans roughly 900 to 1500, although there's some kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and when it ends. And then finally, the period of the Acharonim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900. And it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history. The arc of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things will be decided over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of the Rishonim. The names, if you've had any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim. But to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding. We have no idea if this is accurate, but it's a representation that's often used in an iconic form. And I'll speak in the next slide a little bit about what was the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially kind of like the view of the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of like the iconic image that you'll see all over Israel and things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as Tosafot, which means literally additions, and that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page which was taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through it very quickly and we'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary of Rashi. If you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, this looks like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the characteristic italic font that has been associated with Rashi ever since. It's known as Rashi script, although it was just a common font used, a typescript and a hand script written in the medieval period. Anyways, sorry for that digression. You'll see that some passages are bolded and others are not in bold in regular font. This gives you an indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number 1 and number 2 from the Mishnah and Talmud, and then his comment follows in regular font. So Rashi is kind of providing this incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with pithy little comments that, in a very, very economical use of words, express what the text is meaning. So Rashi is an incredible aid to understanding the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on the Chumash, or the first 5 books of the Torah, as well as the entire Tanakh, actually, that really helps a reader walk through the difficult language at a very, very basic level. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the curriculum in modern Jewish schools. Then number 4 on the outside, that's actually, they blocked out a lot of different things here, but the actual column that the number 4 appears in, which you can see is sort of like C-shaped, and it wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit, that's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the spot on this page and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to Talmud than Rashi, the predecessor. Tosafot represents, several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of codified into the page here. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to it looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in a little greater detail. Right, let's go on. So those are 3 very basic, famous Rishonim. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish intellectual history? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew. They're written in Aramaic, for example. The Talmud is written in Aramaic. So there was a lot of confusion about the language itself. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the written tradition. That's especially something that Rothschild did tremendously, and generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generation is certainly true. Many of us require an English translation to access the Rishonim, who are helping us access the original text, but that's essentially what they're doing. If you want a contemporary example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art scroll of his day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art scroll, right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halacha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, and of course from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Gaonim, their correspondence, known as Teshuvot, and so on. And a lot of this material, is just too much for most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all of this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this, and we are going to space it out, give it chapter headings, give it subject headings, so that you can look up in these massive compendiums of Jewish law exactly the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back through the entire Talmud, which at this point, remember, had not been indexed in any reasonable fashion. The Rishonim did a lot of that really basic legwork of codifying all of that material. Maimonides is, I mentioned, probably one of the most important codifiers of the era. He wrote a book called the Mishneh Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law, and you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. This is written at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would even consider the author, Rabbi Yosef Karo, an early Acharon, but basically this is the authoritative code that upon which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were codifiers of various commandments. And the final area that you find the commentators working on is they are analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim express themselves was in the area of Minyan HaMitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments, Taryag Mitzvot. That's a lot more than the Big Ten, right? Judaism has a huge amount of commandments. And, like thou shalt feel guilty. I'm joking. I should say that. Why am I saying this? So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or in any other text were they ever actually listed. And so many of the commentators in the Rishonim period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 613 commandments? And so Maimonides and others compiled these lists. There were some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting the mitzvot. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew edition, English edition, published in the 20th century by Feldheim, the Sefer Achino, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book. If you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism, basically what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. I mean, oh my gosh. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My sons generally got things like iPods. But back then in the 15th century, this was Taka, an amazing birthday present. It's basically... it goes through every parsha of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses as they're divided over the weeks of the year. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, or adding up to 613, describes how they are performed, a little bit of historical background, and then really interestingly, he talks about why we have this commandment. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least in print. They don't talk about, the commandments are there. God says do it, and that's all there is to it. But the Chinuch was very interested in giving over to his son, as a bar mitzvah present, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when you get to the arcane and strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix linen and wool together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical activity that's extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, we're mentioning him over and over again because he is such a towering figure in medieval Jewish history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of his Moreh Nevuchim, his Guide for the Perplexed, in which the artist has depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Hebrew as machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of the why. Why did God create the world the way it's created? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the Moreh Nevuchim, or the Guide for Perplexed, is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews, and in fact, his first book was even burned in the 13th century. Not a particularly high point in Jewish intellectual history. Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period, the Acharonim. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier than the Acharonim, And their activity, particularly in codification, in explaining the text, and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum even today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, and particularly the later contemporary thinkers, 21st and 20th century as well. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they engage in, and it's an especially fascinating part of Jewish intellectual history. Thanks very much for watching.
Built a hardness. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. They take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. It was fantastic having you last week at the book launch. I really was very gratified by it. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on Ibn Gabriel is dedicated by Kay Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up. By Mr. Ramilo Matos, and by Barb and Kellen Malikar in memory of Lou and Jenny Ehrlich. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who are donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. You see, we've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So we'll somehow make it. I also want to give a special thank you, as I mentioned, to those of you who came last week. It was really wonderful. We had a huge crowd. There was a lot of sushi that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a meaningful experience talking about my new book, which is selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the 5 towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, that's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book in that context, and I welcome you to come on out or send your friends in the 5 towns to come see it. Okay. So let's go to the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, and I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago. when someone pointed out to me, it's not even Gabriel, it's even Gabirol or Gabirol. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's even Gabirol, not Gabriel. I'm embarrassed I even said it to a rabbi, and the rabbi corrected me, and I felt humiliated. But it's good because it gets rid of my sins for Yom Kippur. Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabirol. That's our subject for tonight. A fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews in Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22. He was born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Saragossa, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a misa meshuna, a strange death. To have to die before the age of 40 is definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. And we'll discuss exactly how it was discovered to be actually one of Ibn Gabirol's works. It's rather fascinating. He lived a difficult life. He was orphaned as a young child. He found a patron, and then before he turned 20, the patron died. And he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a fantastic poet, and of course, in Spanish society, poetry was the acme of all virtues, so he had always an audience to attend to his poems, and he had customers for his poems when he was writing them for hire, but he was not well loved for his personality. He was known to be quite irascible, and the greats of that era all spoke of him as this kind of enfant terrible that was, very talented, brilliant even, tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and, as we shall see, for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the great Moses Ibn Ezra had some things to say about that. We'll see in a second, but it contributes to the fact that he died alone. He was never able to marry. He was never able to form that kind of relationship with a person, as far as we can tell. And even his supporters, like Shmuel HaNagid, who we discussed earlier, wanted to keep him at arm's length because of his difficult personality makeup. Moshe Ibn Ezra writes, although he was a philosopher as far as intellectual attainments were concerned, yet his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control his temper and was easily led to ridicule great men and to subject them to contempt in his writings. A little bit of a glimpse of the contradictions in Gabriel's personality, because we will read shortly just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal tshuva, his personal repentance, and his self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that, he had episodes of misanthropy that made it difficult for him to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes in humility." A little sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality, a sense of where he comes from. Here's my favorite, though. Check this out. "My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends." Meaning, if I love you, if you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Just ask whatever you want, I will do it for you. "Dust to those who keep faith with me." Meaning, you won't find a more loyal or true associate than I. "But to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never stoop to mention it again. So this is a person you don't want to cross. You can see why he would be regarded in this rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things that he wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity because it's so. There is a great historical irony here in that the contrast between his elevated ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this really being outside of the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy, not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. He's kind of like shunted away from Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Fons Vitae. Here's a cover of one of them. Fons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this magnum opus, his philosophical masterwork, is that it did not. He wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the Jews in Al-Andalus wrote their great works in Arabic. Maimonides, of course, writing in Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also. There was a certain level of hubris in his writing in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Fons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic mystical writings. They're not present in Fons Vitae. It's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a Neoplatonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from now. The Arabic original did not survive the vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text, like, let's say, Maimonides' writings, but it was, as we saw with Ibn Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we had hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which only took extracts of it by someone named Shem Tov Ibn Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied, and the author's name, Ibn Gabiro, was eventually changed to Latin Avicebrol or Avicebron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which is in Latin, Fons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin or maybe in Arabic by some Christian, perhaps, but there was no idea that it was associated with a Jew. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. And for 800 years, it became incredibly popular with Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas is very much involved with Fons Vitae. It was a core text, and it's a runaway popular book with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about it. It was in the 19th century. Here's a publication which it is associated now with Ibn Gabiro, but at the time it was famous. It was still Avicebron, like what it says there. Until a 19th century French scholar named Solomon Monk found an abbreviated version of Makor Chaim, which was the Hebrew title, Makor Chaim, the source of life, and he read through it and he said, gee, that sounds a lot like Fons Vitae, and he was able to match them up and then finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now that Ibn Gabiro is the author of this core Christian text. And in fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge, pictures of Jesus by a well and things like that. That's the way that Christians appreciate Ibn Gabiro without realizing that the Jew is actually at the authorship of this important work. So it is ironic that Despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, he was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry. And in fact, it is through his poetry that he's lived on. Very prolific poet with over 300 poems that have survived. He was very precocious. As a young man, at age 16, he wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments in verse. And we should recall that the Andalusian poets had a special affinity for acrostics, where they spell out words in the first letter of each line and things like that. And it's amazing when you see that the meter works, the rhyme works, and the letters are all absolutely essential to the entire poem, that you could not add another line, you could not take away a line without ruining the entire puzzle. And it's a work of tremendous intellectual gymnastics to be able to put all of these things together into a poem. At age 19, he wrote, following an example set by Sadia Gaon out east, he wrote a poem detailing the rules of Hebrew grammar in 400 verses. Again, an amazing feat of intellectual mastery of both the subject matter and the expression that is associated with Gabiro. But his poetry is primarily religious, philosophical in nature. And what I mean by that is that he has a very complicated philosophical outlook that we'll explore in the next unit shortly, that he renders into poetic verse. In other words, he expresses this complex metaphysical notion of the universe in verse. I'll read you just a couple of passages from what is, without doubt, the most famous of his works. It's this huge poem that takes up about, 60 pages in this thick book here of Hebrew English poetry. It's called Keter Malchut, the Crown of Glory. It has been adopted into the Yom Kippur liturgy for Sephardim, and it is a very beloved piece of work because it goes through, again, with these complicated acrostics, this philosophical overview of the entire universe. It's very astrological in nature. He goes through the creation of all the planets and what they're for and what they exert upon the world. He goes through the organs of the human body and what they're all about and how God fashioned them and so on. And you get this tremendously majestic view of everything that God created. And then he connects it to personal repentance in a way that makes it so perfect for Yom Kippur. So let me just read you in English the beginning, the first stanza, and then let me read you a section that I chose for repentance. So this poem begins with a little introduction that says, "May this my prayer aid mankind, the path of right and worth to find. The living God, his wondrous ways, herein inspire my song of praise. Nor is the theme at undue length set down. Of all my hymns, behold, the royal crown." By the way, the translation is masterful by the great Israel Zangwill, very important Anglo-Jewish poet and novelist. Okay, so here's where it actually begins. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly..." These are hard words. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly knoweth. Thine, O Lord, are the greatness and the might, the beauty, the triumph, and the splendor. Thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art exalted as head over all. Thine are all riches and honor. Thine is the creatures of the heights and depths. They bear witness that they perish while thou endurest. Thine is the might in whose mystery our thoughts can find no stray. So far art thou beyond us. In thee is the veiled retreat of power, the secret and the foundation." in the Hebrew, I'll read you just a little bit of it. You hear the echoes of verses in Tehillim and Psalms and passages from the Bible. So it all has a familiar air to it, based on that literary technique we discussed earlier called shibuts, where he'll bring in passages from biblical things. So when you're reading it and you have strong biblical literacy, then you understand, far greater depth and allusions that are inherent in it. So it says, L'cha Hashem hagdula v'hagvura v'hatiferet v'hanetzach v'hahod. L'cha Hashem hamlamlacha v'hamitnaseh l'chol larosh v'hoshe v'chavod. L'cha bruei mala umata ya'idu ki hema yovedu v'ata sa'amod. Sorry, I said that Ashkenaz were in ta'amod. L'cha hagvura asher b'sodah mil'u rayonenu la'amod ki atzamta mimenu ma'od. L'cha chavyon ha'oz hasod v'hayesod. So if you're familiar with Hebrew and if you're regular in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages as being taken directly from the liturgy or from Tanakh and so on, and they inform every line of this massive poem. So as I mentioned, it goes through this beautiful cosmic overview of everything in creation, how God created it, and you walk away on Yom Kippur. Here it is, you're not eating, and you're reading this massive poem, and you're feeling the greatness of God's existence. Okay, so here's a passage just to give you a sense of how deep his personal tshuva is, how we've seen how others have referred to him, how he regrets his own misbehavior. He says, "Oh my God, I know that my sins are too great to tell, and my trespasses too many to remember. But as a drop from the sea will I make mention of some and make confession of them." He will, by the way, go through a long series of acrostics of all different kinds of sins, which we see in the Ashkenazic liturgy as well, al-Chet, prayers and things like that. It's the same idea. "Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their waves and their crashing, and thou wilt hear from heaven and forgive. I have trespassed against thy law. I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred them in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed. I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have stiffened my neck, I have loathed, I have rebuked and done wickedly. I have corrupted my ways, I have strayed from my paths. I have transgressed and turned away from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that has come upon me, for thou hast dealt truly, and I have dealt wickedly. O God, my countenance falleth, when I remember all wherein I have provoked thee. For all the good which thou hast bestowed on me, I have requited thee with evil. For thou hast created me not from necessity, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstance, but by favor and love. And before I was, with thy mercies didst thou precede me, and breathe into me a spirit, and call me into being. And after I came forth into the light of the world, thou didst not forsake me, but like a tender father didst thou watch over my growing up. It goes on in this vein. I don't want to, make you do tshuva in the month of Cheshvan, because we have a few months still to do Averos, and then we catch up on Yom Kippur. But you get the idea of I think, the depth of his poetic sensibility and why he was so beloved as a poet. As we shall see at the end of this class, he is immensely quotable, so much so that he's one of those few Jewish poets who have sort of breached the barrier between being an internal Jewish celebrity and being a world celebrity, like people like Maimonides, who are able to inform the world, even in other languages, as being of great depth and wisdom. Okay, so let's talk about his philosophy a little bit, because in many ways that's really the core of what he was all about. His poetry is deeply informed by his metaphysics, and it's impossible to understand his poetry in any depth without grasping the larger sense of his philosophical view. So He was one of the great Neoplatonists. What is a Neoplatonist? Well, let's start with what is a Platonist, and then we'll work to the Neo part. Here is the classic painting, of course, the School of Athens by Raphael, 16th century. It's in the Sistine Chapel, which is a very beautiful building near some shuls in Rome. And this shows like all of these great thinkers from the Periclean age in Athens. Socrates is over here in green. He's, of course, the father of philosophy. I'm not an art historian, so I don't really know why Socrates is off to the side. I would have put him like, and he's looked in profile too. You'd think he would be more central. But definitely the most important figures are central to the image. You see here Plato and Aristotle, two figures who had an incredibly large influence on Jewish thought, coming from the other side of the barrier, as it were. Plato here shown on the right, the elder who was the student of Socrates, and his student Aristotle over here. And Plato and Aristotle differed in so many things. You can see that Plato in this picture here is pointing to the heavens, as it were, saying that what is true is above. And Aristotle, on the other hand, he's saying, no, it's on the earth. Empirical studies are what's important, and so on. Plato and his ideology was very, you can see it in Ibn Gabiro in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect and mathematically exact world that could not be contained within material forms. And in fact, he uses the term in Greek eidos, or in English forms or ideas, to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like, if you're familiar with the Republic, if you study philosophy when you're in college, in the 6th chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets, and because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun and trees and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemera. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes, because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff, it's garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfect in forms. Plato, you just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And a huge difference over the empirical status of reality, and most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being. God, of course. There's one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist somehow within the context of that one, right? We say in the Hebrew tradition, "Ein od milvado," there's nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. And so that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Ibn Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature and his contribution to scholastic thought, again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas that did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas, is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, chomer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabriel, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless. Like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the hilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is a classic idea of Ibn Gabriel. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabriel is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and is basically ignored by Jews. Philo, who we won't go into any much detail today, but just he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the Temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the derech, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabriel similarly heavily influences scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very, esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning, if metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe, ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interrelate. And that's really important for Jews. We spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy and rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to recopy it in Ibn Gabriel's name, and we have it to this day. It's called Mivchar HaPninim, which means the choice of pearls, and it's essentially a sequel to his Makor HaChaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, she gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is, because he wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Gabriel. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of wanted to skip to the chase. How are we supposed to behave? So he basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the four elements and the four humors. This is kind of like also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of like ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpahdik. So, or mercy. These characteristics are like in respect to cold. That all of these things, according to Ibn Gabriel, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about, not getting too upset, not getting too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read it upside down, pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency, hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interesting that cowardice he puts there with heat, but that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now, if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness. Also, these are great words. Grief and hard-heartedness. And the whole map, which is central to this book, Mivchar HaPninim, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the four elements, and with black gall in terms of the four humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to an ethical center. Very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. You get the sense of Ibn Gabriel's sophisticated, complicated thought. The metaphysics informs the ethics. And when you go back and read something poetic like Keter Malchut, then you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches the understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas that he's expression in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translation that, it was more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pithy quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful one. And Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind these 2. Okay, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? It's obviously it's not a secret at all, but if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you understand half of what's going on. And then finally, okay, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. Beautiful, yeah, it has kind of that quality to it. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We've come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. He was a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there they achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya Ibn Takuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabriel. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Chovos HaLevavos, The Obligations of the Heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted, and I decided to cut them out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Tekoa, Israel, to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all the people who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is not quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback and corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe you would consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site. They give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who would appreciate it. And I certainly would be
really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah of the possession already. The second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today, and it's a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge the name and things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I am very excited. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbeinu Bachya on Chobos Levavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book, amazing sefer, and I look forward to learning with you then. And have an excellent week.
I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace, we're going to have a better life.
Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range and depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos Levavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gabiro lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over. His wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. And he's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." There's a Jewish humor in there. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find the best. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for refuah shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. You should have refuah shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know more tsar. Another very quick kind of cool piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the other side, and really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important, good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance. So if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish dubbing and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in name only. And it's based of a part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. It doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes. This is kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died. We have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas HaLevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from hora'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here, Chibru b'lashon Aravit Harav Hagadol HaChasid, written in Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic, although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? Our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. Rabbeinu Bechaye. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. The nekudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachia, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachia would be something like Beit Chet Yud Hey, maybe, but people say Bachia. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a shva, so it would be like Bechaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, or Pikuda. And he is finally, we know he was Hadayan HaSafaradi, the Sephardic judge, or judge from Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Ibn Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachia that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. And there's some fascinating things Ibn Tibon. It's a fascinating thing. Ibn Tibon was the progenitor of a multi-generation family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. Again, this is a period when in the 12th century, when the Almohads come in and the Al-Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before. Yehuda Levi leaves and others. The Alfasi, ironically, moves to Spain at this point. But this is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So Ibn Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well-versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kuzari that we spoke about a few weeks ago. It all came from Ibn Tibon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibon chose to render into Hebrew. It's my contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but I think it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides. Well, actually, Maimonides would be difficult because I don't think he wrote the guide at that point, but he chose him over Yehuda Levi, he chose him over so many other authors because Chovot HaLevavot was so unique and original. It was a path-breaking work, and that's why Ibn Tibon chose to start what ended up being a massive translation project with this particular work. And then just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see when I hold up mine, there's on the top, there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there, David, just for fun? Let's see how close you can get. I don't know. How does it look? Yeah. Can you read it okay? What if I do like this? No. Anyways, okay. So the on the top, there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibbon. But because Ibn Tibbon, as he mentions in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachya as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so you have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating Ibn Tibbon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case is a 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldheim. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access Chovot HaLavarot. And that's where I should go on to the next slide at this point. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Tibbon, because Ibn Tibbon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirol that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, you remember that square we looked at with the 5 different or the 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachya. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, or meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. It sounds like a controversy, like ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. And they figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmudic discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as Whitehead put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms. You have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek means wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, if we can use that word probably more appropriately, that term, Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Torah Sinai, Revelations. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe? That goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles with which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school, and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does a survey class. At the end of the class, says, and before everyone is dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, and the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, he says, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll, right? So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have starting there. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Chobos Lavavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In 11th century, 12th century, you begin to say the early codes, like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, you know, what's the tachlis? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed. Just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Chovot HaLevavot did was it said, wait a second, you know, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Chovot HaLevavot is all about. He says, I'm not going to talk about, you know, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, you know, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask, would probably be best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovot HaLevavot, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. You know, having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You know, you have enough time to express yourself properly. You know, you can see the other person typing. I love it, you know. So, not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabadnik here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musar." And my daughter wrote back and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus," right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovot HaLevavot. It all starts with Rabbeinu Bachya, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. And we have to see a little bit about what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the contents of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, of Chovot HaLevavot, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Chovot HaLevavot, are named after gates. So one of the real, now obviously, I remember what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well, specifically the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and in Israel. And we look at God forbid, we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and you say, what do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus, we shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate, right? So the Forbidden Gate, let's start, and I'll show you the example. Let's just jump to the example, and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel, that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbeinu Bachya recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbeinu Bachya and then the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded, he said, God is one. All right, that's definitely something that Jews can resonate with. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read it in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago, there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it probably is the Sufis. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? Va'amar, the answer is Eloka Echad. One God. God is one. Amar lo HaShoel, so the questioner asked, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amar lo Melech Gadol, a great king. It's a pretty straight translation. Amar lo Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amar lo, here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sopheh, right? Har Hatzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? Where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home, that's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobel explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea, and you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbeinu Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashol, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo, so the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra, lo nivra, sorry, v'lo al boire. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbeinu Bachya would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibbon. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I'm in a good mood, I guess. We once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov, and the second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov. What's her? Tehila Abramov, I think his name. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made little notes and stuff like that to myself. And then I gave her the book, and she read, and I figured she would read the women's section, and we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to, query me about, why did you write that? Why did you write this? Okay. Lost my train of thought. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart of trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's the first thing I want to have a relationship with God. Well, who is God? So the first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends into what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by nots. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say I read, I'm over 40 years old, I figured I could get away with it. I didn't understand it. But the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. The Rabbeinu Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Esha Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, emunah pshuta, in belief in a creator, then even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. Like you say, wow, I never thought of that. And then all of a sudden you got 5 years of going off the derech, trying to figure out, you got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides' Yad Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei HaTorah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows, and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I wanted to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that this such a frum Sephardi Dayan, a Sephardi judge, could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? And as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Andalusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe. But I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, kids stay far away from this one, it's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get any close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because of copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito, and let's pause to discuss it afterwards. Wow. You know, Mi ka'amcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz. You know, these Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song that's totally not okay, and we like the word Despacito, we like the tune, and then we just totally transvalue it. We eat the fruit and we throw away the peel. Now just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, you know, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh and moist. It'll have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. That we, because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls. I haven't had supper yet. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachya using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound, and he says, you know what, I can take that, and he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings, but if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Chovas HaLevavos on the shelf. So Rabbeinu Bachya's work, it's still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, let's go on. Oh, there's more. So much to say here. But that was fun, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. Right. Okay, so the foundation of so these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is he describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, higher level of self-awareness and of ethical perfection and of spiritual purity and oneness with the God's purpose here. The first gate we've talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is Shar HaYichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating Andalusian kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says, if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. And he says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolab that was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. He says, you have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God, through our experience of the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He talks about how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to eat, and things like that. And he goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually pulled my wife aside to read this to her. Who, the child, who over mitkufat hayaldut el tchulut hanarot, and then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. V'horav ena mohasimbo, and his parents are not disgusted with him. Ve'enam misragzim al mashetzrachav rabim, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. You have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the parent of teenagers. And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's an adolescent. Until he becomes adult. Until he becomes an adult and he learns to speak and comport himself properly like a human being. Right? So I'm sorry, I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. Some people are nodding. Anyways, so that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discern in the case of see what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by something. The gate of divine service, Avodas Elohim, which is all about, okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. You see God in the universe. Well, get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in shul for minyan, but how to daven properly, how to put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational, as always. The gate of trust, of bitachon, how to trust God. Very, very hard. If we had more time, there's one section I wanted to read to you. 7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. You have to trust in this way, and then you have to learn to trust in this way. And reading a chapter like that just gives you such a sense of wellness and such a sense of calm and the sense that, the universe is my friend because God protects me. Phenomenal classic work of Jewish thought. Gate of unity of purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea of you don't have to have everything. You can live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate, the gate of the love of God, which is also where Maimonides ends his famous book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God, which is much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. All right, the last part of the book is the only thing that we have in Rabbeinu Bachya's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochacha, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. Speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the Bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through Chovos Halevavos before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends and see if they can enlighten me as to who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very beautiful one that I think will be wonderful to revive. It's printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the book. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldheim edition. I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up Chovos Halevavos if you've not read it yet, and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter, you don't need to go straight to the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique in that it starts off this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that develop from the Chovos Halevavos. Each is very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have Halachic Musar, which you see much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. We can go on and on, but the idea is it all really comes back to Chovos Halevavos. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you, and I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Henry Abramson speaking. I am so delighted to be the historian leading the Douro River Cruise in 2018 as we will make our way along the Douro River from the shoreline in Portugal into Spain with kosher riverboat cruises. This promises to be an absolutely fantastic experience, both from a cultural level as well as an educational level, and of course, and in terms of creature comforts, the boat that we'll be traveling on, I don't even think we can use the word boat. It has to be like a ship or maybe a vessel or something like that. Looks like an absolutely amazing experience. Wow, I'm so thrilled with the idea of spending some time with the kind of bright, motivated, intelligent students that I'm used to here in Brooklyn and on the internet, as we explore the unique features that allowed Sephardic Jewry to develop in such an unusual way. We'll be looking at the entire gamut of Sephardic Jewish history, all the way from the ancient settlements from the Roman period and before into the Visigothic era, and then looking at the golden age, of course, of Jews in Muslim Spain and the Al-Andalus, and into the much more difficult period of the Inquisition, the expulsions, and so on. And I'm hoping we'll also spend a fair bit of time looking at the phenomenon of the crypto Jews, those Jews who chose to disguise their identity in order to maintain their existence in a very tenuous environment, and look at how they made a major impact, not only on the populations of the Iberian Peninsula, but also into Europe, the Middle East, and North America as well. And this is going to be an absolutely fantastic experience. I'm looking forward to participating with you. I hope you'll visit the website to learn more. There's so much information there about the specific locations that the boat will dock, and the vessel will dock. And we're working on the educational program right now. We're going to try and make sure that we can take advantage of all of the architectural and archaeological and cultural spots that we'll be able to visit along the Douro River. Wow, this is going to be amazing. I'm so glad my wife, God willing, will be coming with us as well, and she will have a lot to offer, I'm sure. So I hope to see you on this trip. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy this very beautiful video.
Also, just before that, I've been a bad time because Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge song army that now he's to do in life. He does some slaughter. So he's got what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River.
We have a great topic tonight. We're going to talk about Abraham Zacuto, also known as Zakut or Zechut, a fascinating individual, an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion. We're just going to touch on it briefly today as sort of in passing for Zacuto's life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details of the expulsion. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of the unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to the Jews of the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. But I'm going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let me start with the joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I've yet to succeed. I happen to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. So you will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chelm. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. I told you a different joke. This is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chelm. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews, and you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chelm, and he's one night he's going to this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but you know he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse and he's leading it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around, going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, who's me? Who's me? And so the horse thief comes out, and the farmer says to him, Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you? He says, yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. And he, on the spot, he thinks very quickly, and he says, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse. And I was sent to work for honest Jews like you and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been completely, made equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again. And the farmer, credulous scout knight that he is so amazed with this story. He says, this is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in. He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, listen, so you'll sleep over? And he says, no, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make. So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. He goes into the horse market. He's looking at one horse and another horse. And all of a sudden, he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. Goes up to him. He sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height, checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and he says, Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time? Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate your very polite audience. Okay, thank you to Mr. Sklar for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in the lectures, and it's great to have him here. He votes to continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good and welfare. I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers. It's really kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just, lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay, another really important thing. This is a good and welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry reading by an exceptional individual, our very own Professor Yoshua November. He teaches composition here at the college, and he is an award-winning poet. We have spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. We should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published 2 books. He'll be reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary publications. And he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. We have a rare privilege to have him on our campus, and I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments, and he is, by the way, perhaps the #1 most popular professor on campus. So I think we will have a lot of students here as well. It's going to be a really special evening. I hope you'll be able to come. I know it's a Tuesday, but if you can make it on Tuesday night next week, it will be fantastic. Okay, so jumping ahead to where we left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material then. Abraham Zacuto. So the name Zacuto, it's a Latinization of the Hebrew term zechut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the horrific expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways even more cruel than the Spanish expulsion, and that we will push off a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe, and was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish, and he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in his Sefer Yuchasin. So he kind of changed and became much more of a Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides and Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, who were able to excel in their secular activities and in their Jewish activities simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abravanel. That's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. So it's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we will have some time to contemplate at the end of this course, or at the end of this semester, why is it, what were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like the grandfather, we don't know, but his grandson was also quite a famous scientist, and as a result, we have his likeness here. His activity was primarily in astronomy and astrology. And if you'll recall, what we spoke about in the lecture about Ibn Ezra, these two terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the various planetary bodies and the understanding of their various orbits and paths and so on. And astrology, a little bit more of on the woo-woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life. Fading off into horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier than this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the, maybe we could say, superstitious elements of approaching the stars, although there is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ibn Ezra perhaps gave us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs together in a consistent system. But you'll also see the same thing happening with Abraham Zacuto. At this time, in one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was one particular noble person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well, please. I apologize. I should have remembered all of the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it. But it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well. And the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well is because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate that the next auspicious day for the left eye operation will occur for another 12 years. I happen to have an opening, though, so he actually suggested he not have the operation because the stars not aligned. But you see in this example sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca. He was born in 1452 in that region, and he actually taught astronomy there as well, working in their famed library. This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about astronomy and astrology to his students there. This is, again, one of those very special periods of time in which, in the pursuit of knowledge, the pure pursuit of knowledge, there was no or little distinction paid to the religious background of the person who was sharing that knowledge with students. It is a very bright but very fleeting moment in world history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his demonstrated knowledge, he was able to actually rise and teach Christians in a secular environment like the college. In fact, he enjoyed the patronage of the church, largely because of a work he wrote called Hachibor Hagadol, the Great Collection, or the Great Book, which is essentially a Hebrew compilation of astronomical teachings. He viewed himself as a descendant, an intellectual descendant of Maimonides, and that he was improving on Maimonidean theorems for how the astronomy could be calculated and the planetary bodies could be tracked. Maimonides definitely did take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants, and then immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was losing a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. I think it was every century. Russia, by the way, only got on board with the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. Yeah, so they actually have an 11-day gap where nothing happened in Russian history because they had to catch up. The Muslims follow a lunar calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months, but that means it's only 359 days a year. And so that means that the seasons are constantly shifting. You know, if you go over a 10-year period, you'll see that holidays that were in the fall one year will be in the summer another year, and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims later adopted, but there are certain key pegs in time that are mandated by Scripture. The holiday of Passover is called Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. So you cannot have Passover occur anytime except the spring. And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure the Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long time, and we actually excelled in these kind of astronomical calculations. The bishop of Salamanca was so taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. They were actually rendered into Castilian, which was like one of the local languages, Romance languages of the period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling so polyglottish today. Okay. Let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardim and science. Here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking the astrolabes, which up until this point were made out of wood, and he designed them out of copper, which not only made them far more durable. We even actually have astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations, but they're also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for, this is a remarkably important device that was incredibly popular in the 15th century. Everybody was writing about it, including Ibn Ezra, who wrote a treatise on how to use these devices and so on. It's basically an instrument that can measure distances over long distances. Like what you do is it has like moving arms, and you stick your eye on one spot and you line up the arms. Like let's say you want to measure the height of a tall building or a mountain far away. You line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into your naked eye, and you line up a horizontal beam with the bottom of that mountain, and then when you've got it moves. When you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for finally easy navigation of the seas without local landmarks, or to move away from shore for any distance, because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. And he was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium, the definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or three items, were grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the three, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that primarily at the primary and secondary levels. How many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. We really work them hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have one course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God, the principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely gone the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math, or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we've really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which is 4 other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics, music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which is related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology / astronomy, because these two things were not clearly defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, I'm talking about 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, you know what, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. You have to divide into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture when we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Judenhut, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which because it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing even than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are depicted. Moses is here. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with a declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy, like a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that. So, anyways, this is like Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, with mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you had real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level, than people like Petrus Alphonsus were out of a job. But there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around these ideas. That's just kind of a cool sort of picture. Anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a 7-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the 7th subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the 7th science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theurgic aims, philosophy, or perhaps grammar. All this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. Astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, like kind of iPhone their way out of the dial-up zone of history, but they're not exactly sure how to catalog it and how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur in Europe. Now, as I've mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars played, and Abraham Zaputo was prominent among them, was in bringing the wisdom that was originally belonging to the Greeks through Arabic and then Hebrew and into the Latin translations. You will recall, since we're speaking in a Western environment here, we even have this term, the Middle Ages. And the reason why we use this kind of strange term, what is it the middle of? It is the middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates and Aristotle and Pythagoras and all these brilliant Greek thinkers. And then you have this it does pretty well under the Romans, and then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast, and all of Europe is plunged into the Dark Ages. Then you have the Renaissance, 1,000 years later, where it begins to climb out of the Dark Ages. So that's very true for Christian Europe, where you have that kind of big gap in the middle, a big valley. And the Middle Ages is like between those two peaks. For the Muslim culture, however, you can't really say they have a Middle Ages, right? Islam starts in the 7th century. They spread tremendously fast over North Africa, the Middle East, into Spain. They have tremendous successes in culture, in literature, in sciences, and they eventually take the Greek wisdom and they do tremendous things with it. And so they've got kind of like an uphill climb. And then when they get to the 15th century and 16th century, that's when they start their decline. They don't catch up with the Industrial Revolution that explodes in Christian Europe. But they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, when you look at Jewish history, I mean, how do you put a Middle Ages into Jewish history? When the Christians were in the middle of theirs, we had Rashi, and we had Tosfos, and we had all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that a middle of anything? That's a peak in many ways for us. But nevertheless, the Christians were catching up when the Jews were bringing this wisdom to them in the Latin tongue. How was this done? Primarily through duo translations, in which you would typically have two figures, a Jew and a Christian, who would transmit this knowledge into a Latin text for Latin reading public. The Jew would know Arabic, sometimes Greek, and would know a Romance language that would be a vernacular, and the Christian would know the vernacular and Latin. You also had some individuals who would know all three, but the majority of these translations were done by Jews in partnership with Christians. And they would do this orally, by the way. So basically, the Jew would be holding an Arabic text, and he would translate it into Catalan or Castilian or something like that, which was not in itself considered a suitable vehicle for scholarly transmission. It would be like translating it into Yiddish, and people would say, Yiddish, what kind of a language is that? We're not going to be able to publish anything in Yiddish. Of course, that turned out not to be true either, but it was considered a joual. It was considered like a koine, a street language, a jargon. And so the Jew would translate it into the local language, the Christian would understand it, and then would render it into Latin for a reading public. And there's a tremendous amount of this going on. All kinds of books are being published with these dual translations. The Jew, by the way, rarely got credit for it. Usually the translation was only written in the name of the Christian translator, but in the introductory essays, they would often at least thank the Jew who was involved in transferring it over into the Castilian. This changed to a certain degree in the 13th century with Alfonso X of Castile, who said, okay, enough of this. Why don't we just use the vernacular? And he ordered the production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, really, including a few hundred years later, even Yiddish becomes a written language. But just to point out how ironic that is, my grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born probably around 1910, we're not exactly sure because, the record, but she does remember when she was a little child, she fell off a train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. So we're guessing she was about 4 years old when she fell off the train, and that's how we get the year 1910 for her. At any rate, she, in English, didn't have a word for the Yiddish language. She would speak of it as Jewish. I'm speaking Jewish. And that's how she referred to it, because it wasn't considered, in her mind, it wasn't considered a real language, even though she had newspapers and she had Shalom Aleichem and she had many other things. It was just not considered real. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Alfonso X was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these things mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow scientists to figure out exactly the movements of the planets and the stars by cataloging them through these tables. Jews were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine tables, and Abraham Zachuto in particular was responsible for perfecting them in the 15th century. Okay, what happens with Zachuto? As I mentioned, we're just going to skip over the expulsion for now because it's way too complicated, and we'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senor, one of the senior figures of the Jewish community in Spain, who ultimately decides to convert to Christianity and remain. But Zacuto is one of these illustrious figures who, despite his great scientific and philosophical achievement, is not allowed to remain in Spain. So he flees, like many Jews do, to neighboring Portugal, and he continues his excellence in his field in that part of the peninsula. He's appointed to be the royal astronomer to King João II. I really like pronouncing that name, João. And it's sometimes in certain texts it's rendered as John, just to make it easy. But it's João? Wow, I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of wow. Like, can you imagine when he was born and his parents said, wow, it's a boy. But anyways, there it is. The wow. He was appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alphonsine tables, which at this point were 200 years old, and he apparently corrected all of the errors, which made it really possible for navigation to take place on a sophisticated level. It's also interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, we'll explore this more in the next two lectures, but the Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They were kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal, but in order to effect a dynastic marriage later, one of the conditions was the Jews have to remove Portugal as well. So 5 years later, largely to effect a political.
Oh, tight. How's your day going?
Great. How's yours?
Wonderful, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, I don't. Tell me.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that we're able to give you enough money to have generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations your own. How does that sound?
It sounds great because of the Serbia protests we have.
Word, dog. All right. So what's new with you?
We fled to Hungary.
Okay. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
What?
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
I don't understand. Please
Sure.
say it again.
Are you having a good time? Are you having a good time?
In Hungary?
Yeah.
Yes, kind
Kind of. Okay. Are you in Budapest?
Yes, currently I'm in Best in a panel building.
Oh, tight. How's the Danube?
Well, it's very fast. You can't swim in it. It's not like the Saba at home.
Oh, okay. Very well. What are your hobbies?
Well, mostly nothing.
Mostly what?
Mostly nothing.
Okay. But when you do something, what do you like to do?
What?
What are your hobbies? Like, do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to play with animals? What do you like to do?
I like to go ride bicycle with my friends.
Oh, bicycling. Okay, very cool. Is that fun?
Yes, it is.
Are you good at riding a bicycle?
Yes, I am. Are you?
Yeah, it's been a while, but it's one of those things they say you don't forget. So yeah, I like to ride bicycles.
And where are you? Are you in the USA?
Yes, sir. Do you ride mountain bikes or do you ride like BMX bikes or beach bikes? What do you like to ride?
Whatever I have. Mostly these older socialist bicycles.
Okay, what's a socialist bicycle?
Well, those are the socialist bicycle. Is a bicycle that is made in the socialist era in Hungary or Yugoslavia.
Oh, so it's like 30 years old?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do they run really well? Do they still work?
Yes, they work. You can hardly read it.
Hilarious. It's built very well.
What?
It's built very well.
Yes, it is. It's more stable than the usual bikes.
Oh, very cool. All right. So you like to ride bikes. What else do you like to do?
Well, back in Serbia, where they allowed it, I shot guns with my father.
Can you repeat that?
Well, back in Serbia, where they allowed it, I shot guns with my father.
Oh, okay. You like shooting guns?
Yes, with my father.
Is that fun?
Yes.
Oh, tight. What kind of guns do you like to shoot?
Well, I like the AK-47 and the 74.
Oh, wow.
Variant too.
Wow. Big guns.
Well, but they have a lot of recoil. Sometimes it hurts, you know.
Yeah. No, I get you. All right. And do you like to shoot at targets?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's moving, but it's ugly.
Okay. And do you like um, do you like to shoot in the day or at night?
Well, my father sleeps at night, and the ranges are mostly closed, and the doors are at home too. So, no, only in the day.
Okay. And do you like to shoot outside or inside?
Well, mostly outside. And what do you like to do?
I like to play golf. I like to run. I like to read. I like to eat fruit. I like to live stream. I like to go to the beach. I like to play video games. I like to play other games like mini games, but I also like to play uh fun like I like to play tennis. I like to play racquetball. I like to play kickball and ultimate frisbee, and I like computers. Um, I like music. I like music a lot. I like to sing. I like to sing karaoke. So that's what I like to do. Do you like any of those things?
Well, I like karaoke and a few games.
What karaoke do you like to sing?
Well, I like our Serbian turbo folk songs, but I like Hungarian rock too.
Oh, okay, there you go. Do you like any American music?
I hardly even know American music.
That's okay.
You know what does Serbia? If you know history about, you know that they NATO bombed us, so we are not in the best relations. We haven't got much of the influence the West has got.
Right.
Even here, yes.
Right. Is it getting better or no? Is it getting better or no?
What the influence?
Yeah.
Well, with the protest that has stopped about half a month ago, yes, it is getting somewhat better.
Okay. What are they?
How is it? Yes.
What are they protesting?
Well, they are protesting President Vučić.
Does he suck?
Demands. Well, depends on who you ask.
Okay, well I'm asking you. Is he okay or does he suck?
Well, he killed a few civilians by not paying enough for the real works and having the railway station collapse on civilians. So, and he's pretty much corrupt. So I don't really like him. But, well, if there isn't anything else, you can live with it.
I gotcha. Dude, did you know your English is really good?
Really?
It is. It's really good. I mean, I talk to people from all over the world, as you can imagine, every day. And I mean, you speak very clearly. I understand you. Your vocabulary is quite large. So I just wanted to say that, I'm impressed by your English. Have you been speaking English your whole life?
My brother teach me how to speak English properly when I was about 9 or 8 or so. It was about the time when I learned English from him. And after a while, because he really likes American videos, I learned it because he almost only speaks English. So
I understand. Well, he did a good job teaching you. Your English is really good. Okay, so
Yes.
you were explaining the political situation in Serbia, and you said,
Yes.
you know, the 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 president's corrupt. Some people died in an incident, but that's kind of like all politicians. They're all kind of corrupt. So I understand. Um, and so you had to leave the country because of the corruption or because of the protest.
Because of the protest, because after a while, when they couldn't control the protest, they started shooting in the mass with mostly rubber shots, but then they turned it on with real bullets, so people were falling like flies.
Hey, I saw something.
Even though, yes,
I saw something about this. Okay, and they also used another kind of weapon. That was
yes,
like
the noise gun.
Yeah.
What is that called?
Yeah.
In Hungary, we call it maybe the Hungarian.
Yeah, I saw a video of this. People were protesting in the streets, and then they turned on this thing, and everybody like ran away because
yes.
it was
They started fleeing
right,
to left and right.
right.
The thing it doesn't create much of a noise. As I've heard from my elders and other people, it creates something like high frequency sound that kind of burns you. Not a little burn, but it how can I say it? It pretty much makes you flee because when you fear for your life,
Right.
it's very,
Exactly.
very strong.
It makes you feel hot, like you're on fire.
Yes, but only your skin.
Okay. Yeah. That's a terrible weapon.
Yes. They are doing it like in. Wait. How is it called? Yes, 1956 in Hungary. You know the revolution.
Yeah.
When the revolution started, the the Hungarian socialist groups started shooting the mass from the how is it called? From the roofs of the buildings. That's how they broke up the message. They are doing these tactics right now, and the Soviet tactic, it is known as the power demonstration. They get a lot of tanks and military equipment and just go through the city like parading.
Right. My mom's Hungarian, and we had people in our family who basically housed people after that 1956 revolution in the United States because they didn't have anywhere to go. It was a communist revolution, right?
Yes. My grandfather's brother died in the revolution of the maybe he was shot after he thrown a Molotov at the tank. Well, I don't really know. My grandfather hardly remembers. That's when he fled to Yugoslavia through Szeged.
Okay.
Do you speak Hungarian?
No, my grandparents did, but I don't. I know a few words, but that's it.
I learned Hungarian. It is a very hard language, but because I was born in the Vojvodina, Serbia, or in Hungarian, the Vajdaság, I learned it by nature. Even so, Hungarian kind of became my first language because the Serbian was a very, very hard.
Very well.
It was more harder for me.
Wow. And so you were just scrolling on YouTube and you saw me?
No. I intentionally go up and search up talks and then go on live filters and then talk to other people. I like that.
Oh, that's tight. That's smart. Well, you should know I'm always live. I'm always live in here. So if you ever want a friend, I'm here for you. Um, like I'm like 24 hours a day. So if you're ever bored, this is your new home. Um, how
You'll be here
I'm always here. Yeah,
every night.
for the last 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever.
You really saw everything, didn't you?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Truman, I saw it in English because there are no translations to Hungarian or English. Of course, there is. It is a show. Yes, I saw it.
Yeah.
About.
So that's kind of like my life is. That's kind of like what my life is.
So basically, everyone watches you.
Exactly.
Like all day.
Exactly. Do you have good internet access in Hungary?
Well, it's better than Serbia's. I can't say I was born there. I like it. I love Serbia. I want to go, but still, this internet is superior because Wi-Fi here is just goes like some race car moves.
Good.
Back it downloaded. But Serbia, man, dark 80s.
I see.
Like, let me tell you, if you know yet the internet access store.
Okay.
Man, there wasn't Wi-Fi there. In the telephone store.
Wow.
The internet access store, there wasn't Wi-Fi.
Wow. Of all the places you would think they would have Wi-Fi, it would be the internet access store.
Yes, but there wasn't.
Wow. So,
it's quite rare.
So you like the internet more. How are the people in Hungary?
Well, they are very, very kind, but not as welcoming as us.
Okay. So Serbia, they're nicer?
Well, what can I say? I am more used to the Serbian people. Of course, they ain't happy always because, well, if you know history, there was things that happened there. Really, really sad things, but still they are, well, almost always drunk, but they have great stories, great friends, family, how to say it? Family meetings, all these things. They come together, eat, drink, party, have a good time, and go home, and it starts again.
Okay.
But yes, Hungarian people aren't that much of a welcoming type of people. They are more kind, but sometimes they just say, no, like, get out now, I don't want to see you. Serbia is, no, you come in, okay, you are a guest by automatic.
I see.
You are automatically a guest. Here you go, eat, have a shot, into the something. Go enjoy. Sorry, I started speaking Hungarian halfway.
Do you like the food?
The Hungarian food? Yes, I love it. There is Serbian food. I like really, but what can I say? There aren't that much of Serbian food than there are Hungarian. Hungarian foods are very, very greatly spiced. Well, in Serbia, If you know pieskavica, it's just like a slab of meat cooked in fat. Well, I love it, but still, Hungarian foods like, but what I'll say is like the regional foods of like the entirety of Eastern Europe, except like maybe Slovakia and Czechia. But like there is going to be everything you can imagine. A pork roast, roasted potatoes, carrots, beets, fish, stuffed cabbages, pickled tomatoes, pickled pickles. You have that pickled pickles. Everything you can imagine.
Do you know what chicken paprikash is?
Yeah, chicken paprikash.
Yeah, I love that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like my favorite Hungarian dish.
My favorite Hungarian dish is stuffed cabbages, töltött káposzta.
I love that too. I love stuffed peppers as well.
Oh, töltött paprika, my favorite. My grandma loves it.
Yeah, those are good. Stuffed peppers. You like stuffed cabbage? That's good stuff.
Yes. In Serbia, it's called sarma.
Sarma?
Yes, sarma.
Is it good?
It's the same.
Okay. I gotcha. What else do they have? I mean, it's been my grandfather, who's Hungarian, hasn't been alive in a long time. So I'm trying to think of what he would eat. In addition to some other foods. They make this. What do they call it? It's like a dessert.
Tell me just how it looks.
Kifli?
Kifli is bread.
Okay.
Kifli is about bread. It's a little bit circular because bread is skinnier. Kifli is like a half moon, not full moon.
Yeah, exactly. But they put stuff in it, like cinnamon.
All I can think about is maybe like cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yes.
What else? Yeah. Something that's cool about the Hungarian people is they were able to stop Genghis Khan. That's kind of like a claim to fame.
Yes. They stopped it.
It was like 800 years ago. But I think that's fascinating. Like this one, I was just listening to a podcast on this. This one guy, basically, and his family took over everything from basically the Pacific Ocean all the way to the Danube River, but they couldn't beat the Magyars of Europe. Basically, they were stopped. I find that fascinating. What else? I don't sadly know that much more about it. I mean, my family's been in America since for over 100 years. So, what else? Actually, my grandfather was born in the United States, but his sister and his brother were born in Hungary. So I guess even longer than 100 years. But he used to tell me. I always used to want him to tell me stories about life in Hungary, and he was always like, "Well, we were really, we were poor, so it was like there weren't any grand stories or anything." But during want to say World War One. So between 1914 and 1918, they saw their first plane, something like that, and that was like a big deal to see a plane. And
Yes. Back then, planes were pretty rare, except when you lived in a war zone. But if you lived in a war zone, what can I say? Either you were already recruited and going to the trenches, or well, you can say bye bye to your house.
right. What else? That's basically all I know. I really don't know that much about Hungary. I know I know I know Budapest is two cities, or was two cities until it was merged into one. There's Buda and Pest,
Yes.
and they're like on opposite sides of the Danube, but they've kind of been merged. Right? Is the Danube really big?
Yes, it is very big. So it's like, I don't know, like 13 times already.
What, 13?
But I mean, yeah. Yes, I have something. Since I am here, like about a month. But still, it's very, very big. And you know what's scary? It goes pretty fast. And because of the large amount of bridges and all this rubble, and I don't know what the shit you can find in the river, but all you can find, it makes like very, very strong waves. And even if you can't see it because the normal mind sees a whirlpool and okay, it is there. No, there is like, I don't know, like brick wall, like let's say it is there. It creates, how do I say it, like relevant power, and that creates a whirlpool. You just can't see it because it isn't sucking you in as the water goes to it. It basically just makes a small circle, but it still just goes and takes you down. It's scary how much people drowned in the Danube over even like 10 years. Hey.
Yo, pimp.
What?
Yo, I'm listening to you.
Oh, no, I'm done about the Danube. So it is very fast and very, very deadly. Can I ask you a question?
Go for it, pimp.
What age do you think I am?
28.
You can be serious.
No, that's how old I think you are.
Am I that old? Wait. Are you judging by my voice, how I speak, or my knowledge?
All of them. You're knowledgeable. You speak English very well. You have a deep voice.
Deep voice? Maybe because it's like almost 4 a.m.
That could be. How old are you?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm 13.
You're 13 years old?
I am 13 years old and I am proud.
Oh, okay. My friend, you can't be in here if you're 13. You have to be 18 to be in here.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Take care, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 13 years old. This good guy sounded like he'd been through. Wow. He said he started speaking English when he was 9. I thought, like, well, it's like, he said, like, 20 years of speaking English. 13 years old. Very mature. But not mature enough to be 18 to be in here.
Especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cornell & Cornell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped entrepreneurs and small business owners navigate the force with confidence. Call us at Cornell & Cornell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. 1455 Crazy City, CornellCornell.com. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, oldest music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio. KFI 640, always stimulating.
Folks, if you've never seen this, this is really a treat. This motherfucker makes beds. Well, Martha Stewart. This motherfucker, he's got hospital corners. I don't think you all understand how athletic this motherfucker is. Look at this. Folks. 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 Folks, I just want everybody, if you're witnessing this, you're witnessing greatness. Rabbi doesn't make beds very often. And when they do, it's really, I can't put into words how athletic. This is like, if Babe Zaharias had sex with Babe Ruth on the HMS Olympic during the Olympics, this is like Jackie Joyner Kersey having sex with Reggie Jackson during the Motown 25 reunion of the Jackson 5. This is like, Nadia Comaneci having sex with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at a bar off of Tustin in Santa Ana. Did you see this athleticism? This is like Tom Kite having sex with Lisa Lobo while flying a kite at a New Mexico State Lobos game. Which kind? All of them. They just have some kind of, what do they call those things? Where jamboree kind of deal? Something like that. Anyway, this is like Tom Weisskopf having sex with Kelsey Plum while eating a plum at Plum Fest 14. Was Kelsey Plum 18? Okay. Plum Fest 22. She 18. Plum Fest 25. Anyway. Worst stream ever.